I'm back.
Good. I'm starting the stream right now. If it'll do the start thing. There it goes.
I believe in you.
Thank you. I do my best to make a program do what it needs to do.
Clicking the start button is hard.
Hey
It's
man,
not
it's more
easy
than
for all
just
of
that.
us.
It's more than just that, to be fair. It's clicking this
Dude. Solely clicking the start button, it
right.
would be a tall ask of anybody.
That's true. That's true. Good thing I do a little bit more than that. I click the start streaming button and then I go over to the actual YouTube thing and then I go, "Oh god, I hope that this is going through." And then it says, "Oh, you can go live now." And I go, "Oh, that's good."
Exactly. You click the start button. Your anxiety's not part of the task.
That's
All right.
I clicked the start button and then I clicked a go live button. There's 2 steps. God.
Oh.
God.
Yeah. So yeah.
You're not giving me the credit.
So what happened? Why was the stream delayed? Did you click the start button and then not hit the go live button?
What? No. What? It's not delayed. What do you mean?
Did you think you were live for a bit and then you saw no one was there and you went, "Oh."
No, I immediately switched over to wait for it's the connection between OBS
anyway,
and the...
I am your second host, Captain Chiral. I can hit the start button.
I hate this, man. Hello, and welcome back to TableTalk, discussion and discourse. As always, I'm your host, Alejo, aka Radon95, and yeah.
Our third host is not with us today.
Not yet.
I should not say not with us. Our third host is probably asleep.
Nah, he'll be a little while probably. He was having a tiresome day today as well, so
yeah.
Hello Mog. How are you doing?
I will be in and out.
That's fine.
Because I have dinner finishing.
Yeah.
Also Alejo. When convenient for you, perchance might I receive Linkus?
Yeah, I'm about to get it to you right now, even.
Well, god damn it. Like, it can wait. Like, I need to go stir my sauce.
Oh, that's too bad, I guess. Well, go on. Stir your sauce. Hello. I am slightly sleepy, sleep deprived even. My sleep from last night into today's workday has been, I think, maybe 3 hours, maybe less. Oh my god, hello, Boo.
Hello. How is it?
How is who? What?
How is it?
Oh, it's it.
Mm.
Yeah. Aiden is off stirring some sauce at the moment, I think. Yeah, so he'll be back in a bit.
Oh, nerdarchy one.
Yeah. Yeah, so pretty easy, pretty simple concept for the stream today. Holidays and festivities.
I thought we'd done one of these before.
We had done one, and it was that Dale Kingsmill one.
Oh, okay.
The one that was when she was talking about like superliminal stuff, I think, or something.
Oh god, yeah. What the fuck was that?
Yeah. Ugh. So that thing was the last time that we talked about any kind of running of those kinds of things.
Yeah.
And this time around, we're doing specific D&D related, it seems, videos this time. And we'll see what they have for us for if they have any information that is useful. I assume so, because I've never personally run a holiday or anything like that in a game.
Oh, I did a Halloween event in my first campaign.
I was about to mention, in fact, that you've talked about doing Halloween stuff.
Yeah, I remember that.
So yeah. Oh, Aiden.
Oh, that is my name.
Hello. There is a thing that I wanted to ask you that was asked a while ago. And it was from Timothy Martin way back saying which video game could you go pro on if you really wanted to?
Titanfall 2.
Titanfall. I said that. Yes. Okay. I know you. Sick. Anyway.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, there's your official answer. It is Titanfall 2. So, I suppose let's get right into it. Happy Christmas, happy holidays. Whenever this goes up,
joy.
That's right. I think this will go up before Christmas. It'll go up on the 23rd. So, have a happy whatever.
Hey, you 2023 people, I don't want you to feel left out, so I will wish you happy holidays as well. If you happen to be watching this nearby Christmas 2023. However, 2024 onwards can go fuck them.
That's fair. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we'll have one other show before the new year comes around, so that'll be when I talk about saying that kind of happiness. But
oh yes, I will definitely not be able to do next week. My parents are visiting.
Sure. Fair enough.
My condolences.
Let me get it and watch together.
Hello Timothy, how are you? Time for more Chronos and Kairos, verisimilitude and Miliers. Thank you, Lux. That's right. We're gonna have all of those things. Excitement abounds because we're gonna hear. Well, probably not. We're probably gonna have. Verisimilitude is always up in the air for videos that have to do with D&D. People like using that word. But other than that, I think we'll be all right. Full table tonight, hell yeah, that's right.
Yep.
You got the full crew, in fact, for however long that may be. So, let's move on to the video. It is from Nerdarchy. D&D campaign settings enriched with festivals and holidays. Game Master tips. This is there it goes. This is like a 7-year-old video, but it probably has information that's still relevant. So
disappointed. I was promised Garibay.
No, you weren't.
You're promised a good time. Give
me Garibay.
No.
I demand a refund or Garibay.
Okay.
I'm trying to learn from Karens where if I just yell loud enough, I'll get what I want.
That's fair.
Why?
I'm gonna continue the video.
Hey, dude, it works for them.
No, it doesn't.
That has got to be a hustle.
Hey guys, welcome to Nerdarchy for Nerds by Nerds.
Okay.
Nerdarchy Ryan.
Like how the fucking video has the intro with the music and then it just cuts off immediately. It's like, hey guys, what's up?
Yeah. I mean, that's
kind of funny.
This is before they incorporated their big blanket, I guess, that they used as a backdrop. Neat.
And today I'm joined by...
I'm Ted.
And I'm Dave.
And today we're going to talk about GM tips incorporating holidays and festivals into your campaign world.
Now, I'm pretty sure we've all done this at some point or another. Recently we did it, but I don't think we really elaborated too much on it, Ted, in your campaign with the Festival of Masks.
Right. I think, anytime you're trying to show that you've got a rich culture, everywhere you go, there's always going to be holidays. It doesn't matter whether you're religious or whether you're spiritual or whatever have you. Fantasy worlds are going to have things that happen on a regular basis. So in my game, it was around Christmas time. I wanted to put a holiday adventure out there. I wanted to be able to offer my players a quote-unquote Christmas present without pretty much thrusting, Christmas down people's throat. So Dave and I talked because, we're the DMs right now in Griffin Gaff, and it's like, well, what kind of thing do we do? So since Griffin Gaff started off with a, being created by having this war that had happened a while back, we kind of did this Festival of Masks, and it's a way to kind of fight off the monsters by everyone having this monstrous kind of mask on there. and
They celebrate the anniversary of the last battle.
Okay, cool. So I like the idea of having different festivals and such, but my I guess metagame brain immediately goes, do I want to put things on during, like, when it's out of the world, in a way of, like, it's Christmas time, right? We're gonna do a Christmassy thing, or do I just want to run a one shot of that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Here you go.
I like Halloween. Halloween is something that I can very easily sort of inject into a world of, like, this is like, in a medieval world, you're going to be surrounded by terrifying things, and you'd be like, a night of levity, where it's like, just a little bit of silly fun. Everyone dresses up in, like, a cute owlbear costume, a cute scarecrow, so something kind of cute, funny. Candies given out. Like, Halloween is very easily adopted into a campaign.
Yeah.
Something like Christmas, however, is a bit harder. That is why typically, if I were to try to adopt it into a D&D game, I would do a one shot for Christmas in particular.
Yeah.
I would sort of go with the whole, like, Christmas is rooted in Saturnalia.
Yeah.
And I would probably, like, actually do a lot of learning about Saturnalia and try to adopt it from there.
Yeah, going with a more, like, I guess, more pagan sort of aspect to really use in your world seems a lot easier than any of these modern kind of things.
Exactly.
Halloween being one of the examples that kind of works for both modern and pagan, because of just it being just a slight variation on what it used to be. Very slight.
No, it's literally. How familiar are you guys with Samhain?
Quite familiar, actually.
Okay, Boo?
Yeah.
Okay. So Samhain is, and feel free to stop me if I'm wrong, because I'm, like, drawing up of memories from, like, 4 years ago when I looked it up and then never thought about it again.
That's fair.
Samhain is, as I recall, it was a holiday celebrated in Ireland, to my knowledge.
I think so.
And it was sort of like, the year has two halves, a lighter half and a darker half, because of, where they are above the equator. Like, you've got, days get shorter, etc. And it was seen that in the darker half of the year, like, darker creatures of the night, werewolves and spooky stuff would abound a bit more. But it was also like a harvest festival. Because it lined up with the fall harvest, and they're like, let's celebrate the fall harvest. And I believe dressing in costumes was initially done to, like, scare away evil spirits, although that may have only been when the Christians.
Maybe I think they were doing things like I think they were doing
they rolled it in,
right?
I know they rolled it into when they did, like, All Saints Day.
I might be misremembering, but I do remember the lanterns being more so turnips and such at that time. Like carved turnips with the candles in them, and, like, trying to use those as well. But that might be a later thing. I don't actually.
In the Irish tradition, people recreated the jack-o'-lantern by carving the faces of evil spirits into potatoes or turnips, lighting them, and putting them into their window on Samhain to scare away any spirits that happened to wander by.
Yes, there you go.
Ooh, there is certainly... God, it is way spookier when you put it in a turnip.
Yes, yeah, turnips are fucked.
There's an image for you.
Yeah, yes.
Actually, a little curious. I don't know what that looks like.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Ooh.
I like that. Yeah. Let me get it on stream here.
Makes me feel like I'm about ready to get abducted.
Yeah.
A very angry vegetable.
Exactly. VeggieTales went hard, dude.
Mm.
Let me add this image. There we go. And then browse, and for those of you who have never seen a carved turnip, there you go. I hope this gives you some nightmares. There you are. In this holiday season. So yeah, but yeah, so doing that kind of stuff out of, I guess, or out of the, in the world, out of the world kind of stuff, it always makes me kind of just question it, because I could do something like just a regular harvest thing, because you could probably have a harvest thing at any time, so that's why you know, Halloween works, because it's kind of around the same time anyway. But I guess other kinds of festivals you could do are like things that have to do with, I suppose, it really depends on how your world is set up, first off, right? Because not everything is going to be analogous to things that happened in real life. Not everything. Because if you're using stuff from like the Feywild, right, in your world, and the Feywild works similarly, but not entirely the same as like the stuff in real life folklore. And so you could have a festival to, I suppose, like appease the Fey in a way, depending on if they're a thing in your world or whatever, and like things to do with perhaps. Well, the other thing is that you have to consider is that the gods are real most of the time, and that really kind of makes it so that most things, I think, at least festival wise in that kind of respect, are going to be like celebrating the gods, right? Celebrating their deeds, whatever they've done to help with your world's creation and all that, and whatever they do in their day to day to keep the world going. Whether that be if we go to like D&D's, like Pelor is the god of the sun, right? And you could have festivals of the sun that are more dedicated to Pelor, stuff like that. All these kinds of things that you can pull from your gods, that you can use for, or that you can also like kind of tie in, I guess, not, because the superstition kind of aspect isn't really there, you know? Because like praying to the gods is a practice that you can do, but you also know that they are there and they can do things to you. So you're not exactly going, hey, God, I hope fucking Pelor brings the sun up the next day. That would be shit if he didn't. It's like, well, yeah, he's there. And you could like go and talk to like a cleric of Pelor, and they would go, yeah, man, he's doing great.
Yeah,
like,
right.
He's a guy. And I guess it also depends on how present you want your gods, right? Because I know in my current world that I'm kind of still crafting, the gods are present, but they're not necessarily active, right? They keep their eye on the world as much as they can, but they have a job to do that they can't really stop doing, right? But that still doesn't mean that people are going to go, oh God, I really hope that, you know, I can learn tomorrow's test. It's fucking Moo, please help me with my learning, right?
Yeah.
And then they're going to go, but maybe he won't. It's like, well, I mean, he might. He is there. So,
yeah. Gods in my world definitely take in contrast to yours, definitely take more of an active role in the world. Like the cleric has had sort of conversations with his god, who is like, hey, I need you to do something for me.
Mm-hmm.
And the cleric was like, yeah, I don't know. And the god was like, I will fucking sweeten the pot.
Sure, yeah.
You can, the way you worship the god of knowledge in my world is by burning books, like a burnt offering. And even if you just mutter a prayer and throw a book on a fire, like a farmer's almanac on a fire, you may get some small boon, but like it's really going to be almost imperceptible, and it really comes down to the what's it called? The sugar pill.
A placebo.
The placebo effect.
Absolutely.
And the mages guilds in my world have special bindings on their books that are meant to like be like accelerants. So that when you throw, like, custom is when you take a course, at the end of the course you throw your book on the fire. Like right before you take the final test, you, like, when you're going to bed that night, you throw the book on your mantle and you go to bed. And also notably, and this is maybe a fantasy element, but the colleges don't have such overpriced fucking books in my world.
It really is a fantasy world. Holy shit.
Yeah, the
hell.
But yeah, it's just meant like to be something that maybe like gives a +1 onto intelligence checks for the day. Maybe something small.
Yeah.
But like it's primarily just to help give the students like sort of psyched up and be like, all right, I'm ready. I've done everything I can.
Right. Yeah. For like all of my guys are kind of tied up in keeping a force at bay, a force of evil at bay, because they're all kind of working in conjunction with each other. By
even the evil gods?
No, so the evil gods are what they're trying to keep at bay. I did kind of a Slaneshi kind of thing with them, where they were birthed at one point, and they fucking did some big damage, and then they were like, "Oh fuck!" And so they kind of tried to seal them in a plane, and they're basically their chains and keys to that are planes around that plane to, you know, seal them in as much as possible. And so they're kind of
an airlock, effectively.
Like a what?
An airlock?
Yeah, kinda. But yeah, so they're kind of constantly needing to be on those planes and like continuously trying to keep that shit like sealed. It's not perfect, obviously. The bad ones.
I mean, they're just gods,
right? But you know, the other ones are also gods. So
yeah, that's true.
So they still get their whispers out and their influence out and all that kind of stuff. So, but
I love that idea, and I'm totally not stealing it.
That's totally fair, absolutely. And so like they're all active in that kind of respect, and then like when the things of mortals happen, like they can take time and they can like say, "Hey man," for like, you know, a good 5-10 minutes, give them a conversation if they're really important. But other than that, they're like, "Yeah, I got a jet. I'm in, you know, I'm kind of like a seal, and if I'm away too long, that seal is gonna break. So I'll see you later, friend."
They're just as much prisoners as the evil gods are.
Yeah, really. And I think that's a good, or at least for me, it works for like how they were there for a while, and then after that shit happened, they were like, fuck, and so that's why they're not like actively there the whole time, still helping like they used to.
All right. So I'm gonna like lore dump to you about my world.
Sure.
Real quick.
Sure.
and because I'm kind of excited about this idea.
Okay.
My world, the time of it is set up into 4 eras.
Okay.
And for the first era, which like since time immemorial, the gods walked on like the world with the people, and people would follow their god of choice in great nomadic tribes.
Yeah, I got you.
And in what marked the beginning of the second era was that the gods all left and that people had to draw their own like country line.
Fair.
Like the tribes started conglomerating and that's what became countries. And I've always just like I've been looking for a reason why the gods left. And no one has asked me, which has been fantastic. But it's always been a fear at the back of my head.
I understand.
Like, I would answer that question by going, who knows? Try asking a god.
Yeah.
And like kind of kick that problem down the line.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
kick that can down the road.
Exactly. The can goes down the road a little bit farther.
Yeah, they're literally. But like, I have like gods that aren't recognized as being gods, but they still show up in folk tales of like other cultures.
That's fair. Yeah.
And I've been thinking of adding one god who is just. I have 2 like gods of the afterlife in my world.
Yeah.
Who judge people according to whether you're a good person or you follow the law.
Yeah, yeah.
Or both. But I don't have a god of death.
Oh, okay.
Like, of plague, of death, of disease.
You don't have a Nurgle.
I do.
Sort of the cessation of life.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah,
3.
no, when there started to be enough people in my world and death became commonplace and spread throughout it, a lot of people started thinking about it, and
yeah, it came to be.
So it came to be, and it was born, and then everyone was like, oh, okay, we want to continue ruling over things. We need to keep this shit on lock.
That's yeah.
Oh fuck, because there's a prophecy. Oh fuck, there's a prophecy that the cleric has. He's a cleric of the god of one of the gods of the afterlife.
Yeah.
And he has a prophecy of these things that he needs to defend. Oh fuck. Okay, hold on. I need to do some writing real quick.
That's fair. Yeah, I this has gone a bit off topic, but I actually like the first thing that I was really kind of concerned with was creating like gods that would work at least for what I wanted, and one of the thoughts was like, because there are gods of death, that's like a thing, right? Like you need that. That's kind of a part of everything.
That's kind of a part of life. You need to be able to manage that shit.
Like I can easily go, there's life, there's a life god, sure. But then it's like, well, okay, so god of death, there's many aspects to death, right? It can be seen as evil, it can be seen as neutral, it can be seen as a good thing, right? And I actually, instead of making like one god of death, I have like gods that have death as a domain, right? So I have 2 that are like evil gods, or well,
like a god of murder, effectively.
Yeah, there's one. So I have one who is the like god of the god of he's more the god of like nothing, like void, basically.
Void. Okay.
Yeah, so he's like the bad one of death, where it's like, oh yeah, you die, you're fucking gone, and
you wink out of existence.
Yeah, and he wants everything to be that way. That's his goal, right?
Oh, that's not good.
No, it's pretty bad.
What a meanie.
He's a big meanie. I also made him serpentine because that's like a common motif that I found with a lot of evil gods. They're serpentine, right? So that's his thing.
No, I'm not taking notes.
Yeah. And and the other one that I created.
What a fucking hack! Not you, Aiden.
No, I know.
Dude, all right. So good artists Borrow,
Yes.
rate artist, steal.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So the other one that I made though, I was going through and I was just like, man.
Now, Alejo, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah.
I have an expectation.
Okay.
I hope you don't let me down.
I'm gonna let you down. So, so my other god of death, I was like, he's just like I don't want him to just be the god of death and like judgment and stuff. I don't want that to be his thing, right? Because judgment and death are totally like fine to have together, but I wanted somebody else to be the judge, the other one to be kind of the guide, right? In a way. And I made one who was more judgment, and then this one is actually the god of appreciation and chaos and death.
Okay, so kind of like the god of like healthy mourning, effectively.
Yes, exactly. So like his whole thing is, and people obviously don't think that he's all good because of what he is a part of, but his whole thing is like showing people the best parts of life through giving them things that they have to go through, right?
Yes.
So literally he will, do like not horrible things, but he'll give you some bad times so that you can appreciate your life more so, right?
Yes.
And death is a part of that, right?
Yes.
So that's his kind of like big thing.
That's his sphere.
Yeah. And so, I have him as he's depicted as like a presence, always there, sometimes depicted as like incredibly sad, sometimes depicted as devious, right? Like there's this, because the mortals are like, dude, I don't like what you're doing most of the time.
I don't like the whole dying thing. Can we
I don't
not
really like that. Yeah. And so, but he's not like a bad guy. He's just necessary evil in a way, right?
Yeah.
But he's not evil. So,
it's debatable.
Right, exactly. Well, that's the thing, right? That's why so many people.
That's exactly the thing.
That's why so many people are like, yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
And yes, Aiden.
Yeah.
Boo, when you said I don't like that whole dying thing, like in my soul I heard that in the voice of like the super easy, barely an inconvenience guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ryan George.
Like the dying, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I also have a different god who's one of the evil ones, who is literally a god of pestilence, but also of like apathy. Right? He's completely neutral about it. He's there to do his job. He doesn't care how he is the reaper. Yes, basically. But he's more so about it with like in conjunction with the one of the void, because he's like, yeah, if this just leads to that, that's fine. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, if everything leads there, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, exactly. And so
literally the god of
yeah, really, absolutely. Like, and and I was like, dude, I don't want to make 4 evil gods, because then I'll feel like I'm ripping off Warhammer. So I got 3, and I'm like, okay,
hey, just make 5.
I could, but no, I've got
then
my.
You'd be still ripping off Warhammer because of the giant rat, the great horned rat.
Yeah, that's
you can't escape it.
It's true. But also like I made a third who is like corruption, hedonism, lies. Like that's his thing, right?
So Slanesh.
Yeah, basically, right?
Yeah,
but
I mean, and don't worry, that's fine.
No, I know.
I fully intend on I fully intend on having like 3 evil gods, maybe more down the line if I think of anything.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Totally stealing your god of nothing.
That's fair.
Yeah, my
own god of death, and then a god of plague, which is just Nurgle.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, I have. He's very Nurgle-esque in his depiction, because he's a massive like all things that were living, that are now fused together, and he like has different faces as his like main face that people have depicted, right? There's not one true face. It is just everything, because it's fucking everything. It doesn't matter what you are, you're gonna fall to plague at some point, probably.
So he's rotten from Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Aiden?
What's up? Sorry, I was focusing on my food.
I said that Alejo's plague god, the one who has no face but a billion faces because everybody's face is dying because of the plague. And I said it's like the Rotten from Dark Souls.
Oh, is that DS2 boss?
It might be. I don't know which one.
Oh, yeah.
Little bitch with like a billion legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the guy with like the boss is basically made up of a bunch of zombies.
Yeah, the Rotten. Yeah, that little bitch boy.
Yeah, the guy that is like one of the easiest things in the world.
No.
The boss that, like, I swear to God is easier than Gravelord Nito.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I didn't play the game, so
that's fair.
I don't know.
Sorry, no, not Nito. Pinwheel.
Oh, yeah. 100 times easier than Pinwheel, because Pinwheel's boss fight starts when you have to go through the valley. Like, the bone wheel skeletons are part of the boss fight. It just is. You can't, like...
Change my mind.
I don't actually have enough. I don't care enough about Dark Souls to try, so you win. Congratulations, you win.
But yeah, side note, I also made my God of Judgment also the one who is the God of Music, because of like how like it's
because the Doomslayer listens to metal.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Oh
no, I more so made it in that way because there is kind of a formula that you can do for music in a way. At least
fair enough.
So I was like, there's a law to how the music can be made up, and I was like, okay, sure, fuck it, let's do it.
Sure.
Is his patron Saint Algorithmus? Music must be made according to these specifications. It must be exactly 10 minutes long, no more, no less.
Art must only be.
And any people playing music have a bonus to keep people enraptured for over 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah. Anyway, okay. A few things from...
By the way, Alejo, I had a question for you.
I would love to answer your question.
Do you have any patron saints for your gods?
I haven't gotten to those yet. I more have, like, people... at least in the way this is, I have, like, the idea of how people would be who are, like, high priests and such, right? Because like for the god of judgment and such, a lot of them are respected as lawmakers and lawgivers and those who settle disputes. And if you have one in your town, well, fucking hell, that's awesome, dude. We can really settle things real bad if we need to, if it's very important. Stuff like that. Where like my god of learning, there's gonna be a lot of probably professors, quote unquote, right? They're not technically called that, I don't think.
Nerds.
Yeah, they're a bunch of fucking nerds. And I'll probably have like graveyard keepers as like people for my god of appreciation and death and such. And obviously for crafting, you got crafting people. I mean, that's
dwarves.
No, actually,
And
my crafters are orcs. Actually,
finally.
Yeah, I figured like using physiology is something that I could do to kind of explain why people are doing the things that they do.
Whoa. Are you trying to say that people are different? You son of a bitch.
That's right. I'll say it now. There are people who are different. That's crazy, right? Oh my god.
What the fuck? They better not be fucking taller than the dwarves. And the dwarves better not be taller than the gnomes. And the gnomes better not be taller than fairies. And the fairies better not be taller than amoeba.
But yeah, so I figured because of because of size and such, they would be good at mining and crafting things from that, in the sense of having more of a constitution to work in a forge longer, right? Such like that. And actually, my dwarves are mostly.
It's not the size that counts. It's the motion of the crafter's hammer.
Thank you. And my dwarves are actually split a lot more. Some are stereotypical, but a lot are actually living with stone giants. Have become great crafters of stonework that way, because stone giants are really known for that. And some live with frost giants, and they've become basically fucking berserker raiders.
So they're slayers.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Kind of, sorta.
They're more, I guess, stereotypical Viking, if you will.
Okay.
In that kind of
I don't
respect.
know why, but when you started going off about how your dwarves are different, for some fucking reason, I was really, really, really hoping that they lived by the ocean and were surfers. I don't know why.
That would be funny.
That would be really cool, actually.
Like
Dude, I'm sorry. Shut up. Shut the fuck up, Aiden. I don't care. Imagine the seaside dwarves, and instead of them doing like wooden galleons and shit, they've got fucking ironclads.
Oh, I have steam technology as part of my world.
Please have ironclads.
I probably will get to that point, but it's not there yet.
Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, Aiden, I'm sorry for telling you
two things
that I didn't care.
One of which actually contributed to Boo's point before he so rudely told me to shut up.
Oh,
so that can wait till second. The first of which, please tell me that your dwarves living with the giants like eked out like a mutually beneficial world where like or a mutually beneficial society where like giants did like heavy lifting and dwarves handled like the finer stuff in engineering.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
They also do kind of take on the giant culture, the frost giant culture of like going out and trying to fight things that are big, and they go against things that are disproportionately big if they want to, because they're fucking
like a moose.
Yeah, or another giant. Who fucking cares? Like a dwarf will try to take on a giant because fuck it, right? Yeah, it's good stuff.
I played Dark Souls 3. I fought Yorm.
Yeah, exactly, right. What's your second point?
The second point was going to be that there is an interesting theory that dwarves actually make the best pirate race. Like they're small, so they can like fit inside a smaller, like sort of size constraining ship. Resistant to poison. Because drinking grog.
Sure.
Oh fuck! Hold on, I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah,
and since they're also so small that you can like fire them out of the cannon.
That's right. Great for boarding parties that way.
And I mean, it was a joke, but it actually does make sense. Hilariously.
Yeah,
because I played Sea of Thieves.
I was thinking that too, actually.
Yeah. And they can probably fashion ropes out of their beard hairs.
Oh,
I mean, it wouldn't be fun, but they could. Well, actually, no, I don't think that they wouldn't have to pull them out. They could just like cut them or something. Like they can make scissors and some free rope.
Yeah, they're not as good as the what the fuck were they? They're a 2E race that they specifically like their hair was used as rope because it was so good. Fuck, I can't remember what it's called. It started with a G, I think, but I can't remember.
The rope hairs.
Yeah, that's it. You got it.
Yeah.
100%.
But the G is silent.
Right, exactly. Right. So, let me read some of the stuff in the chat here because been just going past all this.
Yep.
I like the shirt on the guy on the left. Yeah, it's a cool pirate skull, man. Depends on whether you're running Warcraft or the Elder Scrolls. Oh, for like gods, I guess. In like their activeness, I would assume. I would tie.
Well, I happen to know the Elder Scrolls quite well.
Yes.
The gods are way more active in Warhammer than in Elder Scrolls.
Oh yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Because in Elder Scrolls, all the gods are basically dead because because creating the universe is a lot of work, and
That's
all
true.
of them are basically comatose, except the Daedra, because they didn't build anything.
Right, exactly. The Daedra just being like, "Hey, we're your gods now," and they're like,
"Hey,
all right.
this shit's pretty cool."
Yoink. Yeah, literally yes.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm not making a joke.
That's why I said it.
I don't expect anybody else to like know the Elder Scrolls.
That's fair.
Because I've never met anyone else who knows it even anywhere close to me as well as me. Because I was
I don't want to. Thank you.
Yeah, me neither.
God, don't.
I know.
I'm not interested in it. Don't you worry.
Whereas, in Warhammer, you've got like the ruinous powers and like the warp storm that took the Primarchs away, etc.
They have a bunch of shit. I would tie Holiday into my plot. That's fair. Yeah. It makes sense for a midwinter festival to exist, though, because people need to eat all the food they can't preserve until spring before it goes bad. Very true. Yes, it's a way to do it. A summer festival sounds nice of some kind. Yeah, you could do just games and stuff and all that kind of jazz, just to get the people to be like, we like living here, right? Needs a baby carrot for the nose. Oh, for the turnip? Yeah.
What's that sociological thing? Bread and circuses.
Yes, exactly. I saw carved turnips before. I got used to it. Okay, well there you go. Day of the Dead would fit. Yes, that would be one that you could emulate. Absolutely.
Day of the Dead.
If I made a world, I would have it be if you worked with a sun god, then you could get a head start with other sun gods and so on.
Yeah, makes sense.
Sure.
Wait, what? If you worked with a sun god?
So if you worship a sun god and there are multiple gods of the sun, like minor ones, then they'd be like, oh, hey, you worship him? He's my uncle.
Yeah.
We're cool.
Like other ones would be like, oh, yeah. Unless you have those with rivalries, right? That would be an interesting thing that you could have some conflict with.
Speaking personally, at least, I would have them all be aspects of the same god.
That's fair, yeah. I was listening to some Greek mythology and decided that one of my civilizations does everything it can to keep the gods away because they don't want a bunch of living natural disasters running around turning people into spiders because that god's husband had an affair with you and would have smote you if you rejected him. Fair.
Yeah, Greek gods are pieces of shit.
Yes. Make all of the gods evil. People only associate good to some of the gods because they misunderstand them. So good domains are just manufactured and don't actually come from the gods, but mortals. Yeah, sure.
Be an interesting way to do it, yeah.
I'm a fan of each god that's good has something negative about them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course.
So, like, my god of nature is the god of the harvest. And I was walking back home today when I realized she's also the goddess of the hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool. But like, if, say, a bear comes and mauls your family and eats them all, she's the god of the bear. Like, she is, the way I like to describe it is, she is the god that makes, not elderberries, although also elderberries,
poison ivy, stuff like that.
Yeah, poison ivy. Like, the fact that it's poisonous to you is your fault.
Yeah.
Like, she's not concerned with that. She just makes life happen.
She is the god of nature taking its course.
Yes.
Exactly.
Natural selection is perfect for that, obviously. That's how my god of like community is. He's also the god of undeath.
God of community?
No, yeah, like community and like the outcasts and downtrodden.
Yeah.
He's the god of undeath because lore on his creation, but I won't go into that too much. Mostly it's just everything is united in this undeath because they are themselves a people in my world, and everyone hates them, does not like them because they are the like desecrations of like they're dead a lot of the time. But they band together, and one of their like things is not to hurt another undead because they are themselves like sacred to each other in that way.
They're all they've got.
Yes, exactly. Like they can make more, but it's one of those things where if they make too many, if they make too many, people get really mad. And so there's this balance that they have to have, where they receive prisoners to use as both cattle as well as just to get those prisoners out of people's fucking like towns and shit. And to sustain themselves, obviously. But like, and like they, because of the event that happened that spawned the evil gods, they actually have more of a resilience to the after effects of that, so they can go into what I have named unoriginally as the Blight. They can go into the Blight for longer periods of time and actually study it and try to understand how to make it go away better. So they have that advantage that they can also like use as trade. So they're kind of working with the rest of the mortals to try to get this shit out of here. Not all of them, but you know, the ones, the majority, right? Exactly. But the thing about my god of undeath, Tenebrim, he you know, wasn't always that way. Is now a god of undeath, so he's not really like as good as he used to be. He's kind of got that other side of him that needs to feed, right? So there's not like he's a god of community, but there's also that aspect of, well, there's also the undeath that he has to kind of keep, you know, going so that he can keep doing his shit. Yeah. So it's not all sunshine and roses in this community. You also have to contribute a little bit in the blood way.
But if you're undead, you don't have any blood.
Yeah, that's true. But you need it. It's yummy.
Oh, so wait a minute. When you say undead, do you mean like vampires or what?
I mean, in general, undeath. Vampires were the first undeath that were created, so he is a vampire. But you know, the other undeath was created via necromancy that was introduced because of this corruption that happened. So now those also exist, so they can sustain themselves on, you know, if they're a zombie, they can sustain themselves on flesh, you know, as well as blood and all that kind of stuff.
And so, like, if you're raised as a zombie, are you technically still like intelligent in your world?
So some are, some aren't. It depends on like the magic
power of the spell.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like I have the idea of the old school like 3.5 stuff where you had different levels of necromancy that you could do to like give intelligence to a zombie. Because that was a thing where you could like make one that was like more of a captain, quote unquote, to the other ones and all this kind of stuff. So you could give them, and like whites exist where they are more intelligent, but they are just undead. Mostly just like a zombie kind of.
Yeah, basically super zombies.
Yeah, exactly. So like
super paralyzing zombies and shit.
Yeah. And so I figured that since there's so many different types that you would have those varying kinds of intelligence, and some are used more as like, you know, fodder, ground troops, you know, shock troops, really. All that kind of stuff. And then others are like,
I'm well acquainted with that.
Yeah. that's fair. And others are, and like, you know, it's not great to use them like that, but it's a necessary evil as they are resilient and good to fend off an enemy.
Yeah. They're super dumb and they don't care.
It's true. They usually just come back when they get hit really hard.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really quick. Yeah. I don't want to interrupt because I'm actually fascinated hearing about your world, and I would love for you to continue. And in fact, like I'd be down. I would be down for like if we just say like hold off on this like nerdarchy video and make
we
this
already have.
And just kind of make this week talking about worlds that we made.
Sure.
However, before we get too far off it, I mentioned the good and bad aspects of like my gods. And you mentioned that that you have a bad aspect of your god of community is also the god of necromancy.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to share I'm just gonna read you the quick thing on the god of knowledge, Igni.
Yeah.
He's the god of fire and the sciences, bookkeeper of the deities, portrayed as a stag with his antlers on fire. He's the father of the warforged. His good aspects are he's the patron god of scientists, mages, scholars, and librarians. His bad aspects is he's the god of forbidden knowledge at all costs, i.e. eldritch secrets, human experimentation, necromancy. He's the god of secrets and the god of hags. Igni's true name is unknown. He is simply referred to as Igni, as that is the verbal component to the first fire spell given to man. Takes joy in people sacrificing knowledge via book burnings to him. Whispers exist of some darker corners of his devotees, sacrificing people of great knowledge alongside their writings, so as to wholly destroy any hope of reclamation for that knowledge.
Yeah.
So I have a question real quick for you, Aiden. If you did a modern day version of like a modern day game in your world where your god still existed, would you still be able to make an offering to Igni if you went to like a server room and like shot the server?
Yeah.
Nice.
His his devotees would more than likely be black hat hackers.
That
Nice.
makes sense. Yeah,
That'd be pretty sweet, actually.
Destroying data
whose ultimate goal is to destroy Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Oh my god, no! What a bastard! I use that sometimes.
I like that. I like that as an idea.
Yeah. Pretty sweet, actually.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Don't destroy Wikipedia, though, please.
Yeah, it's very
Honestly,
useful.
They're chill, though.
They're pretty chill.
They're all sort of torn between, like, wanting to give each other tips so that they can accomplish their goal, but also they don't want to share knowledge because they're after the destruction of knowledge.
Yeah.
So it's like a weird little game of footsies almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty great.
Yeah.
I like that.
it. I like it. Well, let me just read more of the stuff in the chat really quick here. 3 prime evils and 4 lesser evils. That way you're ripping off Diablo. There you go.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, yeah.
Yeah. Let's rip off Diablo. And each time a
now
prime
we just need
is
to get some microtransactions.
Nah.
God,
Yeah.
microtransactions.
Every time you're about to die, you could slide me a $5 and then you'll be all right.
Again, it'd be like, so Alejo, he just made your roll a 1. So how much you want to pay me to make that a 20? Like, Aiden, he just paid me $20. You want to fucking up that? Anyway, go on.
Make it a bidding war, Jesus.
Yeah, to play the game. Fuck
Fucking
yeah,
horrible.
dude. Oh my god, is he great?
But each time a prime is slain, they become a lesser, and one of the lesser raises to prime. Ooh, yeah, you could do that. I'd like to have a god of games in my world, and if you beat them, you get a great reward. Yeah, absolutely. If I had drow as Vikings once. Nice.
Yo!
That's
pretty sick.
Next, dwarven steampunk submarine pirates. Hell yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
How many gods are in Warhammer, Alejo? There are technically only 4, but there is talks of a 5th.
Wait a minute, which Warhammer are we talking about here?
If we're talking about Warhammer 40k, then it is talks of a 5th. If we're talking about Warhammer Fantasy, it's 4.
I thought no, there are more.
Technically, there's also, but if we're talking about like chaos gods, right? Like,
okay, yes, chaos gods,
things that are actually considered as actual like real gods, right? Like I know the Great Horned Rat.
Minor chaos god.
I know the Great Horned Rat exists, but he's not like he's only for the one guy or the one faction. I mean,
the Great Horned Rat is technically a greater demon of Nurgle.
I don't think there's any confirmation of anything like that. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
I think the closest we've ever gotten with confirmation is that he's a minor chaos god of his own thing, because he wants to fuck up everything. He is also trying to win the great game.
Yeah, which is fair. So technically you could say 5, but I would say if we would just want to go by things that are major, it'd be 4.
Yeah, the major one's 4. Yeah. And then in Warhammer, I believe there are 5.
Technically 5, yeah.
Yes.
Because Malik is existent, but is not really major.
So I thought it was Malal.
Is it Malal?
Malal.
Malal.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah, Malal. And I guess you could also say Gork and Mork, actually. So there are more. There's 6.
And
well, they're not really.
Let's not forget the greatest god, the Emperor.
Ha 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 ha.
Cute. He died. He's no god.
Emperor's immortal.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Gork and Mork technically are even older than the Chaos Gods, so they actually take priority. Yeah.
Oh my god.
They're great. I love them. They don't give a shit.
They are.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. It's great.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, why should they?
No, they just go, ping, and then the other guys are like, ah!
Yeah, no, it's great.
Yeah, it's funny.
Could they fuck up the Chaos Gods, actually?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Yeah, it is basically confirmed that they could wipe the floor with the Chaos Gods, but they don't give a shit. They just want their orcs. They just want their orcs to do cool shit, and that's their purpose.
That's completely fair.
And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Fuck it. Who gives a shit about the Great Game? Let's just make those orcs fucking wah.
Yeah, just make them wah. Fucking, I'm about it.
Yeah, it's great.
The Great Game is only an invention of the Big Four.
Exactly.
So,
So yeah, there's the answer to the question is 4 in fantasy, 5 in 40k.
Yeah. I believe the Warcraft / Elder Scrolls thing was over whether you should have a Christmas-like holiday in your world. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, Warcraft has it too as well. Yeah, you're right. Technically, also 40k does. Sanguinala. It does exist. It's not, like, necessarily... it's about the death of Sanguinius, but it is around the same time as Christmas would be. So
I imagine it has basically no relation or resemblance.
No, it's well, I mean, Sanguinius gave up his life to help kill Horus. So like kind of in a way.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
It's like if you took Christmas and multiplied it by Easter.
Yes.
Okay, fair.
Yes.
I hate that equation.
I like my gods to have many sides to them. Not all good, not all evil. They can do good and bad, or do nothing. It's more relatable to me. Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's the thing. I don't consider like my gods are fallible. They are not like literally the creation of Tenebrim split the gods. They all were in harmony before, but his like the thing that happened that made him the way that he is now, made it so that they chose sides. So it's a whole thing. But yeah, I like that, like, and I have their alignments as what they are, but I don't like adhere to alignments strictly.
Yeah, it's a guideline, not
exactly.
so much not a rule.
I just
a suggestion, not a rule. Sorry.
Yeah.
I sum it up to God's existence is so far above mortal understandings that like their quote unquote moral can be seen as equally good or evil. Like Fendal, she's like, I make life happen. Like, if it's poisonous to you, I suggest you not eat the leaf then.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. God of Nature could easily turn vengeful towards humanity. Of course, I'm thinking about Kid Icarus Uprising right now. Yeah. Plus, I've always liked the idea of normal people becoming gods of their own. Oh, yeah. Apotheosis is a great concept. I love it. It's also a great word.
Yes.
As a fan of Disgaea, I also like celestials and demons to not represent pure good and evil. As a fan of Disgaea, I'm also a fan of Devils and Dice. Oh.
Ah.
Also a fan of Devils and Dice as well. Oh. Careful, Wizards of the Coast might get some ideas. Yeah, slide Wizards of the Coast $5 to pass your death save.
Careful, that would give them a whole idea.
Yeah. I guess 40k is the future of the real world, so it makes sense to have one of the same holidays there. 40k is cool, so I wouldn't mind if that happened. No, thank you.
I would be alright with 40k being the future, because I'll be dead by then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Would never want to live in that fucking world. Jesus Christ.
No, fuck that. Fuck that. No. God damn, unless I was the hive mind, then I'd be okay.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, fair enough for you.
Because
then I'm like,
I would be alright with being 40k being the future of the universe, if and only if I were a planetary governor. Because
don't have to worry about shit.
There are a lot of fucking imperial worlds that'll just never see any conflict.
That's
ever.
True. That's true.
And I will take my chances on being one of those worlds.
Just far out agri world that's just making food every day, and that's it.
No, agri world, garden world. Fuck that.
99.9% of planets in the Imperium will never face any issue.
It's true. That's true.
But that's boring. So they
it's
never
just
write
the
any stories about
0.1% that do.
Yeah. At least in 40k, humanity survived the 21st century. That's true. They did. That is true.
Yeah.
After all the big wars, yeah, it's great. Same thing in fucking Star Trek. They had fucking huge wars for a while, and then they got to the 24th century. Good for them. Yeah. I'd probably pass that, actually, technically, if we want to go further, but I don't want to. Thank you. But yeah, so we were talking about festivals and stuff, and we got into gods and such.
And we swapped over to world building, I suppose.
Yeah, and we're kind of in a world building kind of aspect, which is totally fine with me. I don't mind. The fucking show is malleable as hell. And
you'll just need to change the thumbnail and the episode title.
Yep, I'm gonna have to change everything. It'll be great.
This would have been a great episode 200 of let's talk about our worlds.
Yeah.
Whoops. Oh well.
This is a little Christmas present to us. Fuck
you. That's right. Let's look at it that way. We get to talk about some stuff that's nothing to do with anything else really. That was brought on by something else.
I celebrate Hanukkah, so I expect multiple presents. Next week I expect Garibay.
Well, maybe that's an after Crimbo time thing. Maybe
it's a New Year's thing.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, you know what? That's fine. I can't attend next week's podcast, so you let me know when next you have Garibay on, and what do you know? My schedule will work out that
night. But yeah, so I guess if we're talking about world building stuff, I got some other stuff. I can give you names, I can give you things. I have very basic stuff, really.
I like how I've got the world map for mine.
Yeah.
And you've been there and nobody's asked about mine or anything about it.
It's because we don't want to be spoiled.
You can't tell us all about yours.
I know.
We're your players.
Yeah, it's true. I know. I'm just fucking around anyway.
Yeah.
I will say every bit of world building you told me thus far, about giants living in the clouds and causing
rain,
sending up having a festival where you send up food and balloons.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, no, it's not balloons. It's in there's a college of mages in the main city, and they make a trek to Prairieburg. Prairieburg is where all of the majority of farming and food production happens. It's perfect farmland basically.
Yeah.
And there is a city of cloud giants that lives in a effectively it's not. I don't know the actual name for the cloud structure, but like a thunderhead, but with no thunder. It's where the clouds are fucking enormous and they stretch up into the lower atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
and they have a city there, and it travels around, and it naturally brings rain. And so every harvest festival, several mages travel to Prairieburg, and they set up temporary teleportation circles.
Mm.
And then when they harvest stuff, there's like baking and bake-offs, and they're making like pastries and pies, and there's games and all kinds of stuff. And at the end of the festival, they take the best crops and they cast Enlarge Reduce on them to make them bigger for the giants, and then they teleport them up into a portion of the city that has a corresponding teleportation circle. So the giants get the food, and they keep the rains coming, and everybody downstairs has a good old rip-roaring, fun, happy time. It's good.
Yeah. Super cool.
So, I know that you said they don't send up food in balloons.
Yes.
And I'm not, like, disparaging your world building.
But it should have been balloons.
But I will say that now a festival, like, exists because, like, I'm trying to think of things to add to my campaign.
Mm.
And I'm adding a festival where people send food up in balloons.
There you go.
Go for it. They're
There
trying
you
to
go.
fucking feed the angels.
It's interesting because it's interesting because you talk about balloons, and I was doing research, right? Because I want to have things grounded in some reality. And I was doing research.
No.
I was doing research into like blimps and dirigibles and such to see how fast they go.
Not very.
It's dirgable.
Thank you. Yes, dirgables. And they go the top speeds that I saw that kind of worked for me was 20 miles an hour. Not very fast, right?
It's not very fast.
But 20 miles an hour over fucking mountains and swamps and forests and shit, right? So
consistently, yes.
Yes, that's why I was like, so airships are really important in my world now. Really important for transportations of goods and people and such.
Are there sky pirates in your world?
So there have to be at this point, but in the sense of it would probably be independent, like people that have learned how to design. Like it would be some people that have probably stolen designs of how airships worked and kind of made them on a minor scale. To be like little skiffs to raid, and such, and probably then they could actually since 500 years has passed, then there probably is people that have taken at least one. So yeah, there are sky pirates. Yeah,
nice.
You've helped me now create that I have to deal with. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hey, you know what? It's a bit of lore to add to the depth of your world.
It is, and I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Now I have to figure out how people base them because that's gonna be an issue. So
by being based.
Thank you. Yeah.
So my suggestion, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long have dirigibles been dirgables been a thing in your world?
For I want to say about 500 years at this point. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, never mind. My point was.
Yeah, because
but you should have societies that are founded upon like we are like a pirate society, like people like small little camps or something that live in the mountains.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say like if you had like maybe a few thousand years, you can add some evolution aspects of like they have evolved to have slow fall innately. Like that is the one thing the race has is they don't take fall damage if they fall.
Okay. So I use the basis of a lot of the races that are in 5e, right? Because they have at least enough for me to go on that I don't have to think about every single fucking race ever, right? And so one of the races that's like more of a primary kind of player in the world is actually the giants, the cloud giants specifically, since they are the top of the hierarchy for giants.
No, they aren't.
Yeah,
Storm giants.
No, storm giants don't give a fuck. Actually, I was looking into.
They
this.
are still the top of the list, though.
So I guess out of the hierarchy, yes. But
yes.
The ones that are more civilized, quote unquote, right? The ones that
yes,
actually
the ones that
follow
will actually interact with people, yes.
Yes, so cloud giants, right? Because the storm giants have they have their own mountain range. They don't want you to come near. They don't want you to. They have their mountain range. Everybody knows that it's there. You don't go there unless you don't want to come back, basically. So they don't give a fuck about the dealings with everybody else, really. They'll do their own thing. But the cloud giants, they have a massive, I want to say it's like a 700-mile mountain range up in the clouds that they live in. And they have their giant animals that live up there as well, that they can use for like, just because they're carnivorous mostly, so they don't have to worry about really growing too much, except for the animals. And they also have. I did the thing where I renamed every single fucking race in their own, like, they have their own like name that they call their race in their language, not just common. So like an Aarakocra is a Vitem. They don't and but everybody in common, like all the humans, just call them Aarakocra because they're like, fucking what? Not
fucking
Aarakocra.
I'm not calling you by your fucking
they don't
name,
have much respect.
Bird.
Or just bird folk. You know, it really depends on who you're talking to at the time, right? Some have a little more respect and they go, oh yeah, you're an Aarakocra.
Some of them aren't quite so racist.
Right. So they are a protected race. The Aarakocra are a protected race for the cloud giants, because they live up there with them, and they're used they're used as messengers.
Like,
oh yeah, right. No, they're used as messengers. They're used as also they're used as like guards for these ships, because they can fly. Right. Yeah. So they have that as a deal with the airship travel. And I guess that's like the safest way to have guard. Like you can hire mercenaries and such to be a part of your shipments and such if you really want to. But there are the Aarakocra like guard that are inherent as well. Just if you want people to like be in your hold, hanging out with your shit, instead of just on the like as a vanguard, I guess, as well. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. More so, it was just in general talking about it, I guess.
Yeah. Somewhat like a little bit of a tangent, but based off of like the Aarakocra like guard thing.
Yeah.
In what my DM's campaign, he has harpies that harpies and a lot actually of owlin.
Yeah.
That are messengers for high and like governmental messages.
Yeah.
That you deliver from like the captain of the guard or whatever.
Right.
And we actually had sort of a subplot campaign that we actually like wrapped up in a session. Where someone shot down some owlin, and like we were all like 15th level at that point, and it was going to be a little like intrigue thing. We wound up catching the assassin and torturing him. And throwing him into essentially it's the plane of imprisonment.
Okay.
Killed the other two horrendously.
Nice.
But I sort of liked. I've always been a fan of the idea of like if you are an Owlin and you can like kind of just shut up and not read what mail you are delivering, there is a job for you.
Yeah. I honestly, I forgot that the Owlin exists, so they probably would also be in the same kind of profession. They would also be a protected race for them because they also can do that. So I guess I'll have that as a thing.
He chose Owlin, I believe it was because Owlin makes smaller targets than Aarakocra.
That's fair.
And also owls fly silently. So you're like less likely to notice them. And I was like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Oh, a few things here. You mean a present to us because we are going to shamelessly steal all the cool ideas? Yes.
Do it.
That's fine. Absolutely.
I invite you to.
Yes, please. It's okay. I'll have a good time no matter what we talk about. That's good.
Goddamn right.
Also, I wouldn't mind being an orc. Yes, there you go. Tell us all the spoilers to Devils and Dice. No.
There's not much left to spoil, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, hey, about time to head home. We'll have a good trip, Lux. As long as Mez does not die in Devils and Dice, I'm good. Aw, thanks. I like that guy.
I guess I know who I'm killing now. Guess I know who I'm killing after Aiden.
Yeah.
If I can fucking beat his rolls.
If there is any reason why Boris dies, it's Boris's own stupidity.
Yeah, it's true. Or if I just say rocks fall and you die.
That's true. Yeah, you could do that.
Hey, you know what? You tried the rocks fall already, and then Mocha had the play of the game.
True.
Those were rolling. Those weren't falling.
No Denny's tonight because I've used up my spending money. Unless Denny's will deliver my food to me in a balloon. Hey, there you go.
Nice.
Add Steam. I'll add Steam Submarine Pirates to my world. Hell yeah. There you go.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
Sidebar for Alejo. Did you get to the end of the Super World game you did on your channel? If so, how was it? Yes, I played through all of Super World and its DLC. It's very good. Very good game.
Wait, Super World or Supra World?
Supra World, sorry.
Yes. That's a fun game.
Yeah, really good game. I got through all of it. It's I would recommend it. Absolutely.
Yes.
Anyway, so yeah. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. The airships that I have everywhere has a major port basically for airships, a dock, if you will, for airships, except for one city or one, I guess, capital, which is the my elves. They wanted to become isolationist after the events of the Blight. You know.
Wouldn't you know it? All the elves on my continent are in one country too.
Hey, there you go. They do trade so that they're still contributing to society.
Okay, so they're not just a bunch of fucking useless shut-ins.
That's right. Yeah. They trade this I think I called it something generic. Hold on, let me find it.
Sparkle metal.
Yeah, that's it. There they are.
They trade in the gay.
That's right.
Because they're God damn it. I'm done.
They export wood, just wood of all kind, and what they had done was did I not write that in? I thought I had written this in. Well, so what they did was they went to a grove, or not a grove, I guess. It was a forest itself, that they found that they claimed before all the bad things were happening. And it was a forest that was full of trees that would grow fucking huge, right? Big fucking trees, like redwoods, but probably more thick than
oh
those.
My god, even thicker. Okay,
yeah. So they're fantasy fucking big trees, right?
Yeah.
And they kind of had proficiency with shaping the primal forces of the world, magics of nature and such. And so they took seeds from, or not seeds, but seeds and saplings from the place that was named the Ironwood, because I'm generic, and which had guess what, wood that was as strong as iron. Whoa!
No, what?
Crazy that.
Oh my god!
They don't chop it. They do chop. It is chopped, but you have to have something that's as strong as iron to actually pierce it.
So they use iron.
Do they make wooden armor?
Yes.
Good.
Hell yeah.
So they export this stuff because they used the saplings and seeds and such to grow that and kind of intertwine it with this the species that they had in this forest. So now they have basically a forest city that has walls of ironwood that are fucking huge that go all around, and they kind of just live inside of this grove. Where it's hard to get in because you can't go through that very easily. You could try to burn it down. That's a thing you could do. Because it's wood still at the end of the day, right? But yeah, so that's they're the only one that doesn't have a port because they don't want, and they also part of I'd have to go farther back in telling things in a second here just to make it, but there's a treaty that happened, and one of their stipulations.
A treaty?
Ha! No.
I'm sorry.
One of their stipulations was to be left alone and to not have like anything above their skies because they just don't want people looking in and shit. Because they're still fucking trees that they're living in, basically. And plus, they don't want the sunlight to be clouded over. Unless it's rain. But yeah, I guess I could start from more of the beginning.
That's usually a good place to start.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so
I know that's a sarcastic sounding thing, but that actually is 100% true.
I know.
Because I actually made that mistake when I started writing.
That's fair.
By the way, Alejo, when you're done, I have something lined up.
Okay. So basically, I called the place Oxian. This was the name that I had chosen way before, back when I had made Agris, actually. I had decided that my second continent would be Oxian. And it's not in the same world. I don't want to think about Agris ever again, really. It sucks in comparison. Very much so. I have a map and stuff for this that actually like makes sense and is big.
Nice.
The place is fucking huge. It would take you if you were to walk continuously, like, and one edge from the west to the east, it would take you a fucking year.
Nice.
To walk the entire way. And I'm leaving it kind of open to if I want any changes in the future to make it work a little bit better. But at the moment, I have the gods kind of woke up at one point.
They made furries?
What? So no.
Like before?
No, they didn't. The gods kind of woke up.
What the fuck is the point then?
They woke up in the middle of developing societies in that kind of way, where they were tribal. They, like all of the races, there are pre-blight races and post-blight races. A lot of them are, the majority of the ones that are like your generic ones are pre-blight. Humans, elves, dwarves, giants technically, but they didn't give a shit at this point, so they weren't really too big of a thing to worry about because everything was fine for a while. Dragonborn as well, orcs, and technically also goblins, but they weren't really looked at as their own people. So, tieflings as well. I think that's all of the pre-Blight ones that matter at the moment. Oh, technically Aarakocra were as well, but
I was just about to ask about Aarakocra.
yeah,
What
they
about
would
humans?
again. They would be up with the giants. They wouldn't be relevant.
Tabaxi?
No, Tabaxi are a post-Blight thing.
Okay.
So
may I ask what exactly is the blight?
well, so we're getting there.
Okay.
So they kind of woke up and they kind of started to guide these races in their own way. Eventually getting them to kind of be in harmony, be able to work together and all this kind of stuff. They would settle disagreements. They created laws. They, they did their good shepherding thing, right? Some of them are more. They are representations of the races. So you have I'll go down the list of gods. Fuck it. Here we go. So you had Tenebrum. This was before he became an undead.
Alejo?
Yeah.
Real quick. Do you have maybe a PDF or something of your
I
gods?
I do have a whole Google Doc of all of these things.
Could you please share that with me?
I would love to do so. Absolutely. Again, a lot of this is like pretty guidelines.
Not so I can steal ideas.
No, of course not. No, why would you do that? That's crazy.
Yeah, no, what? No.
No, that's crazy. Anyway, so you had the start. You had all of these are current god stuff in this. In the beginning.
I love the fact that I love the Nostfer.
Yes, Nosfer vampires. Yeah,
Yeah,
they come later. So
I'm coughing up phlegm. Fucking okay. Hold on, I gotta mute myself.
So I started with Tenebrum as my first god because he was the one that I had the most like ideas for. He became my god of undeath. But before that, he was a human. He was a guy.
Just a dude.
Yeah, and he was still of the community outcasts and all that kind of stuff. He helped shape like places for people to live. Like that was his kind of thing that he would do.
Yeah, that's kind of his sphere.
Right. He would.
Alejo,
Hello.
Really quick.
Yeah.
I'm looking through all the names of your races.
Yeah.
And I love that the name that they call themselves is reminiscent of how their language is spoken.
Yes. Thank you. I have a list. For anyone who wants to see it, I will post it in the Discord. This link thing. If you would like to open it up and look at it, I will do that for you. So if I go over to let's go to D&D Talk. I will do this, and I will do this, and I will do that. Okay. So there you go. For those of you who want to look into that. So he's doing that thing. That's his thing. He was kind of just a human at that point. You then have Havarn, who is the god of earth, judgment, and music. He was your lawgiver. He's a tiefling.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And he at this point he's now depicted as wearing gray robes with golden trim. He's got scales that hang from his horns that are outstretched like a T kind of, but like kind of curved.
Okay. When you said scales, I'm like, what the hell? And I'm like, oh yeah, justice.
Yes, justice, exactly.
Yes.
So he is the the law bringer in that kind of way. Patron of the
of lawyers in Phoenix, right?
That's right. And all tieflings who are known as the Mendarn. Yeah. Then you have Mu, god of learning, the sky, and magic, who is a many-winged Aarakocra / Dragonborn. the depictions are different, and she shows herself differently to people. It depends, right? She has like, you know, different wings of birds as well as dragon kind of wings. They're all on her back. She has, I wanna say at least 6 wings. You've got like classical kind of angel style in a way, in that kind of respect. And she is since she is both of the sky and learning and magic, her kind of like shrines and stuff are very much open air as well as high as they can be in places. So
yes.
You have like libraries that have glass ceilings so that you can see the sky while you're reading.
Nice.
All that kind of stuff. You have her temples that are built above every other building so that they're closer to the sky. Yep. All that kind of shit. Cool. Then of course Pothy, your god of appreciation, death, and chaos, who is there to give you your hard times so that you can appreciate your life better. You know, because you need the bad with the good, all that. Who doesn't have like a uniform depiction. He's in like he's everything, right? Doesn't matter if you're sapient or non-sapient. He is like the wolf of the pack that is there, that has killed all of your sheep, right? He is or not all of your sheep, probably a majority of your sheep, so that you have a suffering at least for a little while. He is whatever he needs to be that thing, right?
He's whatever he needs to be an ass.
Exactly.
He's the god of trolling.
Yes, temporary asshole. Then you have Sator, the god of harvest, home, and animals. Big rotund thing. Usually some sapient race, doesn't matter what, usually called uncle or aunt, doesn't matter, goes by whatever, but is usually just a rotund person of some sort.
Big old fatty fat.
That's right. Because, you know, you get a lot of food, you eat a lot of food, and you're all happy and stuff, and that's kind of what he's a thing. You have Q, who is the god of flame,
god
storms,
of James Bond shit.
Bond gadgets.
Yeah, that's it.
God of flame, storms, and craft, who is a orc or utur.
Urukai.
Yeah, well, who is welcome back. Who is
you have not begun talking about the blight yet, have you?
No, I'm not there yet.
Not.
Okay, good.
I'm just going through gods. So you have she is the matriarch of the orcs, basically. She gave them the knowledge of how to craft things and how to make steam technology and all that kind of stuff. She is also very much an explorer for just anything that can be useful, really, that can be used for crafting and all that kind of stuff. So she has that kind of duality there, where she's also followed by people who are just, they want to be explorers, depending on if they want to do it for, you know, I guess not economic, but just
wealth.
Just in
hunting.
general, it's whatever aspect of exploration that you really want to have. You have Sintis, who is the god of life, vengeance, and the sea. Human, but her hair is watery. Usually depicted in that kind of way. Usually also depicted with her body like half in shadow, because her husband was killed. Who is Solvum, the dead god, who was also a god of life at the time.
Irony.
Usually depicted, Solvum is usually depicted with a prominent bite upon his neck. Something that's very much a part of the history there.
Sing a theme with the vampire turned Nostfer.
Oh, what? That's crazy. We'll get there. And then you have Vinarot, who is your void serpent. All about fucking destroying shit. Death, the void. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. He's the one. He's always depicted as open-armed and welcoming in front of nothing.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, he's usually also depicted with snake-eyed humanoids, because he is
So like Yuan-Ti.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, is he Yuan-Ti?
Yeah, well, so he is the Great Serpent, but the followers are usually of some sort of snake variety. And then
wait, like actual snakes?
Humanoids with snake features. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Then you have Ager, god of pestilence, apathy, and also craft. And yeah, big. We talked about him. Big, massive bodies of shit that's all put together. Big fucking thing. That does not give a shit. That's his whole thing.
Why is he the god of apathy but also craft? I would imagine if you're too apathetic, you're not going to make anything.
So it's because of the pestilence. Because he crafts the he's crafted disease and such.
Okay.
Yeah. Then Mendax is the last one, who is the lies, corruption, and hedonism. Mendax is whatever they want to be. Man, woman, big fucking thing, small thing.
A Loki-esque.
Yes.
God.
Very much so. But usually, whenever depicted, the most beautiful form of whatever it is, right? Just to be that thing that draws you in to doing the stuff that you shouldn't be doing. Don't do it.
Yeah, don't bang him.
Nope.
Or her.
Not allowed. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
So, also, are there kobolds and other fantasy things, or just D&D? I think kobolds are different in different fantasy properties.
Yeah,
but
some kobolds are actually like dog-like.
Yeah, very true.
What about the Minotaur?
What about the Minotaur?
Like, do they have like a particular god that they worship more?
Oh,
or like a patron deity or something?
So the Minotaur would probably fall under Satur, or either Satur or Sintis, because Sintis is very much not just vengeance, but also that kind of also covers the war domain, because typically the Minotaurs are big boys who like to do the big violence. But
additional question. You're a god of learning the sky and magic.
Yeah.
Is that a Mu or Mew?
Mu,
okay.
Mu, yes. But yeah, I might give them a minor deity that more so fits them. We'll see. Depends. Also, I saw orcs versus ogres. Orcs are different than ogres. Ogres are big and usually dumb kind of things.
What god represents storms?
That is
the god of the sky.
Q.
Okay.
Not Mu.
Oh yeah, no, it literally says storms. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, so basically, yeah, so they're there, they find the races that are there, they get the Utur, or the orcs, to become great craftsmen and inventors. They get the Draken, or the Dragonborn, to become they're very adept with shaping, as I've called it. Instead of the weave, you've got the Aether. which is where all the magic comes from.
Really quick, Alejo, I'm sorry to keep interrupting.
You're good.
But I love, so your god Q is like a burly Utar woman.
Yes.
And she's the goddess of storms.
Yes.
My Zeus, essentially, his name is Duznak. No, that's not Duznak, it's Ultrush.
Okay.
And he is the father of the orc.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they weave storm aesthetics into a lot of their clothing. And if orcs see like a storm in between whatever town they're about ready to raid, they take that as an omen, and that will divert an orc raiding party because they'll be like, this isn't Ultrish's will.
That's fair. That's cool. Yeah. I have her as also a patron of storms because the natural electricity from that, or at least the power of that, is also a representation of just like her ability as a crafter to create things that could weather such a thing.
Okay.
As well as the fact that she helped to get them to the point where they could build airships. Storms are kind of a big thing when you're kind of flying through the sky.
Yeah. is the reason why like lightning hitting something and setting fire to it, is that why she's the god of flame and the god of storms?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Plus it's also a nice thing for like the forges, right? Flame.
I'm noticing that in her place of in her holy sites she has craft halls.
Yes.
However, the winged like god, the
Mu.
huge Mu, yes. Is like the god of the pursuit of knowledge.
Yes.
So if there is, say, an artificery, which god would be sort of most represented there? Would it be Q? Would it be Q or Mu?
It would be Mu.
Okay.
Wouldn't it also be either?
They would have depictions of both. But
that's kind of what I figured.
Yeah. But Mu would be more prominent.
Nice.
Okay.
Because it's more to do with the magical side.
Really quick, also, so there's Tenebrum, the god of, Tenebrum, the god of undeath. And I know you're getting into the blight, but you also have Pothy, the god of appreciation, death, and chaos.
Yes.
But if Tenebrum is, I would assume, the patron deity of the Nostfer, which god, like, they both seem to represent them, which would be more likely to be worshipped by the Nostfer?
Oh, it's Tenebrum all the way.
Okay.
Yeah, Pothy is more of a mortal kind of god, more so. The Nosfer and the Nosum don't consider like what's happened to them to be bad usually.
No, they see it as a blessing.
Yes, they do.
I totally can see that.
Yeah. So then you have the Mendarn, or the Tieflings, who they kind of followed Havarn's teachings of law and harmony and order and such. So they kind of became, again, very much the law makers / arbitrators and all that kind of stuff. The Elidir, or the elves, they became craftsmen of wood, as well as nature kind of cultivation. The Durin, or the dwarves, they founded their mines, get riches of the earth, all that kind of stuff. They started out pretty generic. That's their start point. And humans are humans. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They're not great at one particular thing. They're just, they're able to learn many different crafts. So they were there to fill in the gaps, really. And so Basically, you got your 3 that they are usually referred to as the others. They don't want to call them gods. That's not something that you're usually you would hear. You would just hear them referred to as the others. They technically didn't come from the same place, but they were able to, from wherever it was that they came from, they influenced the world via the weak-minded, the corruptible, all that kind of stuff, where they would whisper things of like, hey man, you probably deserve a little bit more for like what you do, because what you do is like really important, and they're not appreciating your skills as much as they should be.
So really quick, so it's sort of like in just in my attempting to understand and make sure I'm following along, it's sort of like the Daedra sort of thing in the Elder Scrolls, where the Aedra and who are like the 9 divines,
right, and
the Daedra sort of like Molag Bal, like the evil, like not, is it Clavicus File? No, that's a mask. No, that's a mask. The god of madness, etc.
Molag Bal?
No, Sheogorath.
Sheogorath.
Sheogorath, that's right. Yes, sorry.
Sheogorath, and to I don't know, it's a whole mess about Jigalag, but either way, the Aedra and the Daedra are technically the same sort of being.
Right.
The only delineation between Aedra and Daedra is an Elvish word. Aedra means of our ancestors, and Daedra is like Aedra, like D apostrophe Aedra,
gotcha.
And it means not of our ancestors.
Yeah.
So even though they're all the same beings, because the Daedra did not contribute to the creation of the world, they are considered not of our ancestors.
Right.
Is that the same thing that you have with like your evil gods of like they are technically the same thing and they slipped in and managed to influence people by whispering to the weak-willed?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good way to understand it. Absolutely.
I'm fascinated by your world.
Thank you. It's very simple, really. If I look at it and I go, it's not. Yeah, it's a thing.
I kind of feel bad because I'm seeing your Google Doc about your world, and I'm like, oh, you put in way more thought into yours than I did for mine.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. I honestly don't think I put in enough, but that's fair enough, I guess. Anyway, so
yours has mine beat by like a factor of 3.
Well, I appreciate that. So basically what happens is when they started to influence the minds of those who were weak, and those who were weak started to form cults, because they found those words to be things that would drive them, obviously. And due to that, they started to sow discontent, and the gods themselves were then more so tasked with keeping the peace than with and rooting out this new threat than with progress, I guess. So they would arbitrate, they would they would do some kinds of inquisitorial work, I guess, if you will. Basically that was happening for a while. I don't have like years for this because this is all pre-blight stuff and it's a little malleable in that kind of respect.
No, I'm the same way. That's why I say that the gods following men is time immemorial, because I'm like, fuck designing this.
Right. Yeah, if I put specific years, it just doesn't feel right. I don't know. Anyway, so basically at some point there was a summit that happened between the humans and the Elidir. And it was over the territory of the Ironwood, seeing who could claim it, who could settle there, all that kind of stuff. And Solvum, the now currently dead god, and Tenebrum were the arbitrators of that that summit. And basically, after they had done their ruling, they had retired, as it had been. I should actually put how long it had been. I imagine it had been quite a long time that it had to take place, as the two sides were very adamant on who wanted to own the Ironwood, because it's Ironwood. It's really good.
Yeah, why would you not?
Yeah. So I'll say, at least at this point, and I'll probably put it in somewhere later, but probably I'll say it took maybe 2 weeks to get through that. And that was, day in, day out fucking arguments and trying to create this, at least something to settle both sides. And so they retire. Solvin and Tenebrum retire. And basically an act of terrorism happens.
Ooh.
Yes. I won't go too much into it because it's supposed to be as vague as it can be. But basically the god Sintis, the wife of Solvum, was on her way to bring them back to to transport them from there to another place so that they could do another summit, right? And basically when she arrived, she finds Tenebrum, who was on the body of Solvum, draining him, now turned into an undead, a Nosfer. And that she then became enraged at the death of her husband.
Understand.
In the presence of her, his best friend, basically. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good.
But is it clear what turned him into a Nosfer? Or is that left vague intentionally?
It's left vague intentionally. I know what happened, but it's left vague intentionally because the survivors did not see, and they were not able to record it. And so basically, Sintis starts doing battle with Tenebrum. They fight for a while. More so, it is Tenebrum defending, and trying to, not die, right? And as the fight goes on, Tenebrum seems to grow more and more angry, more and more hungry, and has more and more of this resilience that he did not have before. Undead resilience, obviously, that would heal him as the wounds or the blows would strike him. And so Sintis basically starts on the offensive. It becomes more of a stalemate and then becomes more defensive on her end. Who she then decides to retreat. And whilst that battle is happening, Tenebrum raises the dead, and creates the first Nosfer, or vampires, if you will, and
creates the dead of mortals.
So
the fight?
Sorry,
the fight's happening between gods.
Yes, the fight is happening between gods, but the deliberations still had the mortals there. Sorry, I left that out. Okay, I apologize. Okay. The mortals were still there for the deliberations, and when this thing happened, they were fucking all over the place dead as well.
So they just got caught up in the crossfire.
Yes.
And, Tenebrum was like, "Oh, cool, mine now."
Right. Yeah, it's less deliberate what he had done creating them, but they were created in that on that day. And so when Sintis retreated, the some of the newly created Nosfer followed her out to go after her as they were crazed. And they burned up in the sun. And so, that was a thing that was at least discovered at that point. And
is she a goddess of the sun?
No, she is of the sea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who is the god of the sun?
That's a great question. I might have actually not put the sun as one of them.
Oh, you gotta have a god of the sun. Actually,
right.
Technically, I just have my god of the sun is also the god of the sky.
Yeah, it might actually work that way for Mu then. Mu could be the sun as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was about ready to say, you gotta have a god of the sun. And then, a tiny little voice in the back of my mind was like, technically you don't have a god of the sun either.
Right, yeah. So basically, what she did then was called upon the sea and created a big old wave that crashed through the building, brought it down, so that the sun would be able to get through all that shit and hopefully burn this new thing that Tenebrum had become and all of his newly created things. Yeah.
Wait. So she summoned a tsunami to wipe out the village, hoping that it would wipe out all the buildings nearby. Building.
Yes.
And was like, yeah, that should expose them all to sunlight.
She was hoping to wash the building into, basically taking the building and getting it in the undertow as well and pulling it out to sea, as the sea being a clear kind of thing to have the sun kind of, shine through it and onto it as well.
So, Alejo, this is a free bit of world building. I think I can gift you a little bit of world building now. Or technically I already have tonight, but here's another. Mm-hmm. You are free to steal, in my world, there is some vampires that live in BioShock, Atlas?
Mm-hmm.
There are vampires that do that in the ocean.
Sure.
And they live down where the light cannot reach.
Sure, yeah.
And at night, they come up and they attack ships.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they get their blood.
Okay.
So that's, given the fact that, you have vampires that, were, the god, or the goddess, Sintis, was, trying to kill them all with, a tsunami.
Yeah.
What if some of them, survived the initial burst of the tsunami and swam deep because they don't need to breathe?
Potentially. I could have that be a thing that happened, but for at least from what I created, at least here, what happened was when the building was swept, she did notice that Tenebrum and some of the newly created Nosfer had tunneled, fucking gone underground. So, that they did escape, at least, not most, a lot of them did escape, including Tenebrum, into underground tunnels that he created.
What happens if Tenebrum were to be underneath the sun? Is he just weakened, I assume?
Yeah. I don't think it would outright kill him. It would kill him over time, I think, but it wouldn't outright kill him.
Okay. Over how much time?
Great question. I would say it would be in terms of hours, I suppose.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's...
Yeah, considering...
I was thinking, a week or two.
Well, so that's the thing. He can't... he can't be in sunlight for more than like, because it becomes night and he would be able to heal himself, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So it would have to be in the span of some hours, not
what
longer
what
than that.
happens if a god dies? Do gods have souls?
So a god hasn't died yet. And
Didn't Synthesis' husband die?
well, yes, synthesis. Yes, sorry. So a god hasn't died since then. But they don't know. They have no idea.
So what happened when that god died?
So Synthesis is dead. Basically, nothing really came about it. Because he, as the pair of the gods of life, I guess, Synthesis now is the only god of life, so there's a little bit less like power there, I suppose.
Okay.
But they don't know where he went, if he had a soul, if there is such a thing for the gods. Like, that's Mu is as the god of learning is also trying to figure out things about like creation, how they came to be, where things go when they die if they're a god, you know, all these kinds of questions, because even the gods don't know everything. I don't have them as omniscient in that respect, I guess. So they're still learning, at least in that regard. So no one knows.
My gods aren't omniscient either, and I have a dead god, and I totally did not ask that question, so I can like steal it from you.
I
good
see.
Artist borrow, great artist steal. Don't
Of
worry
course. Anyway, so
also, complete side note, but I love the fact that in your capitals of the world, you have Teneb is the capital of Nosfer, and I'm like, oh yeah, not like Tenebrum.
Yep.
The orcs in my world are all like wandering tribes. And they got kind of shoved to a corner of the continent because they don't get along well with other races.
Right, sure.
And the name of that land is Ultrusnia.
Okay.
And the god of storms is Ultrush.
Ah, yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Or essentially the Civil War-esque country in my world celebrates the god of knowledge. It's known as the Independent Republics of Perignus and Ignis, the god of knowledge.
Ah, there you go. Yeah. The human capital, Synthesis Blade, was renamed that after Blight.
Okay.
So like that, there's one called Satyr's Rest, and then there's one called Solvum's Tear. They were all renamed after the Blight, because of what happens with the gods like having to leave. So yeah, that happens. Tenebrum gets away with a bunch of the Nosfer, and it starts the Eternal Chase. A little play on that because he is eternal, because he is undead, haha, and also because it lasts a while. And so yeah, it divides the gods. Havarn and Satyr believe that Tenebrum killing a god is a crime that is just too bad, like way too bad to be just forgiven. And they push for Synthesis to find and slay him, so that he will fucking not do that ever again, basically. Then the others, Pothi and Q, they were like, nah, dude, no, we shouldn't just kill him. Like, something's wrong. We need to figure this out. And then Mu is like, I'm busy. I'm busy that day. I have my own things that I gotta figure stuff out, okay? Like, there's...
See that day. What day? All of them?
Yeah, exactly. So Moo didn't give a shit, basically. And so, yeah. Then,
can I just ask 2 more questions?
Yeah.
Why you said? By the way, what was the Synthesis husband named?
Solvum.
Okay. Why was Tenebrum and Solvin like best friends?
They worked incredibly well together in Mortal Affairs. They were like both human as well, so you had that kind of kinship there. But they found that
Solvin, God of Life and Community. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So to me, that sounded really funny because it's like they worked really well in the human affairs department.
Yeah,
legitimately around the water cooler.
Yeah, legitimately though, like it's weird, but yeah, they really did.
Yeah, no, like it just sounded funny.
Yeah.
Or at least I visualized it funny.
That's fair.
Second question was, and this may be like you may be getting to this eventually. But do Nostfer, because you mentioned like he initially like got away with a bunch of undead. I'm imagining those undead specifically vampires specifically created by a god are going to be more powerful, and that power like may wane across generations.
Yes.
So do they have Vampire the Masquerade rules with generations, or even
basically,
maybe?
Yes.
They do? Fuck yeah.
They basically have Vampire the Masquerade rules in generations, yes.
Nice.
They're still pretty new in the generations, to be fair. There's no diablerie that is tolerated at this point. And if
diablerie isn't really even tolerated.
No, I know. What I mean is that's not something that they would think of doing at this point. Though, to be fair, it has happened, and those ones have had to be killed, right?
Okay.
That's like one of the ones of like, yeah, no, that's too far, you gotta go, right? Like that's one of the things that would break their rule of like, we don't kill our own kind. So
I also really appreciate that every time I'm like, oh, does this happen? You're like, yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Like great minds fucking think alike.
Yeah. So yeah.
Let me stop you really quick. I
Absolutely.
apologize. I think I'm kind of fading. So
that's absolutely fair, dude. I'm sorry.
And since no, you're good because I realize I'm in a spot where I can't really talk about my world, but you guys are able to talk about yours.
Yeah.
And I'm basically unable to offer much.
I understand.
Aside from saying, yeah, that's pretty fucking cool, or asking a quick question that Aiden usually beats me to.
Fair.
So I think I will dip out. And and we'll do something some other time.
Yeah, that sounds good to me, man.
Although I will ask, how are you for Thursday, Alejo? Because I know that
everybody
Aiden
else
is busy.
Yeah.
And Brogan was fine, but
I will be good for Thursday if you want to do some gaming.
Okay. So, you'll have to teach me how to get all this shit set up for Shadows over Loathing, so we can do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So you guys have fun. Good luck. Yada yada yada. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah. New Year's. Halloween. And Happy Harvest Festival.
There you go. Bye. All right. See ya.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, there's so many things in chat that I haven't even read, and I'm so sorry. I've just been fucking going on about this shit. Which god do orcs and ogres follow? Ogres would... Ogres, I don't know. I would have to think about that a little bit. But orcs is Q, the matron of orcs, or the Utur, if you will. Their own name, their race name that they gave themselves, or what? Yeah. Anyway, so Q. What do trolls look like in your world, Alejo? Same kind of thing, really. They can vary, obviously, because trolls. Everything can vary, because not everything is uniform, right? That's just not how things work. I think I have trolls, orcs, and ogres on the brain today. That's fine. Don't worry about that. Also, going back to the God of Games, if you beat them, you don't choose your reward. They give you what they think you need most. Ooh, that'd be cool. Yeah. Hello, Halo. How are you doing? Sorry, I didn't see that until now. A tribe full of trolls, orcs, ogres, cyclops, and minotaurs would be pretty powerful now that I think about it. Yeah, if they could work together. Though usually there's some infighting in that kind of grand respect, I would say. At least stereotypically. Although then you think of World of Warcraft and like they all come together except for Cyclops. Those are the only ones that don't. And ogres. No, ogres are like a neutral, actually. Anyway.
What about beholders?
Beholders are a post-blight thing.
Alright, same with Illithids?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll get there. I have just legitimately decided to create a divine bureaucracy with a human affairs department.
Oh.
Yes, there you go.
The dimension of infinite red tape.
Yes. Also, I've seen news that Dwarf Fortress is eventually going to have a feature that lets you create gods for your in-game world. Ooh, cool. I like that. Anyway. So, where was I? So the gods were, they were torn in the decisions of what to do with Tenebrum, making them, at odds, which was another thing that allowed the others to kind of sow their influence, and also help the mortal races sow their own influence, like their own discontents and stuff, because gods against gods, that kind of ripples down to mortal affairs, regardless of, considering they're all still on the same plane at this point. News would kind of spread on who's side and all of that. So it began to let me get up here. Yeah, here we go. So the 7 gods were in disagreement, and thus after a time war began, as it does during disagreements between great powers, really, that covet things and have influences of the others that made it so that they were like, yeah, dude, I mean, even if the gods can't, they can't even decide, so maybe you should decide for yourself. And they started the War for Peace in order to bring order to everything. Each of the primary races were, they thought they knew the way, right? Whether it was via the gods that they followed or that they had the most investment in, or it was due to their own ideals, or it was due to this lust for power over the others. It was all to get them to stop, basically, with these disagreements. And during that time, the Warforged were created in order to become troops in that affair, so they get to be a little pre-blight invention.
This is totally unrelated to anything.
Yeah.
But you don't have the weave, you have the aether.
Yes.
Do you have a god that controls that? Does your world have a Mistra?
Mu is a representation of magic, at least in a respect.
But isn't she learning though?
Yes, she is also learning. So she is the most close to that, but there is no god that specifically controls it. The aether is a resource, basically, that the gods are able to tap into way more easily than mortals are. And Mu was able to share the knowledge of how to tap into that resource.
Okay.
But it's not strictly a Mistra controls how magic works and all that. No.
Okay.
So, which actually,
Also, why is Moo's weapon the rapier? Like, wouldn't she not have a weapon?
I thought that's synthesis. That's synthesis.
Moo weapon rapier.
Oh, why is that still there? That's weird. Yeah, I gotta fix that.
Okay.
Yeah, she should not have that.
Maybe your weapon can be like a syringe or like a blow dart.
Yeah, honestly, I think. Yeah, let's go with blowgun. There we go. Yeah. I thought. Oh well, weird. Thank you for catching that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I love the fact that your god of the harvest, their weapon is a sickle.
Yeah. Of course. Just it has to. It gotta make sense.
Yeah. So if I worship Seder and also worship Pofi, I can be a communist.
That's true.
Because a flail is the. Do you have a god of the hammer? I was thinking flail was like. Oh, Q.
Yeah,
Q. Yeah.
Yeah.
Q and Seder.
Yes, you could have both. Yes.
Yeah.
So, basically during. Oh.
If I said. Sorry, if I said set a field of wheat on fire, is that the means of production of fire?
Oh god. Two-headed ogres were in the horde in Warcraft 2. I forgot why they broke away. I don't remember. I only know WoW more so than Warcraft. Is there any specific animals or colors that the gods would put in their temples? There is at least I have colors for Havarn. I haven't really thought about colors specifically for the others, though they kind of work in like what they have. Like you have Q, who's the god of like crafting the storms and the flame and all that kind of stuff, so you can go with more metallic kind of colors, bronze and all of that if you want. And then for Satyr you have more of like I guess you can have more primal looking colors, greens and browns and such. And with Moo you would definitely have blues, probably whites as well. You could kind of argue just rainbow in general, just because of the way that magic is and prisms. Yeah.
Do rainbows have any holy significance in your world?
They would be for Moo, but I haven't given it a thought of if they would be. I guess that would be, it would be more of a symbol of harmony. In the sense of all of the colors are there. It's usually due to a storm as well as the sky. Yeah, something's there for like an agreement between all of the gods in a way. Because each of the aspects that can create a rainbow can also be attributed. A rainbow could be something that's seen after a great, like, or a bad like event,
a squall,
to show that you've gone through it and you can appreciate your life better. Yeah, you know what? It's more. let me write that down.
Sorry, I know you're trying to like walk me through a story and I keep interrupting you, but like part of how I learn is while I get the big picture, I also piecemeal pinpoint in on like very precise things.
I appreciate it. It gives me some more stuff that I can work with. But yeah, all gods are magic. Yeah, in a way, yeah. Anyway, so, Yeah, so the other thing that happened because of this war is the Nosfer began to, as the nights would go on, they would begin to grow, at least as a force to be reckoned with, because at night, they just fucking go out there, and they're fucking undead things that aren't tired of anything, and they can go yum, 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 and create more of their own kind. As well as the years kind of went on, they were able to find this magic and discover how to kind of create the undead that or the more generalized undead of the Nosum. Nosum. Sorry.
You have any Vampire Hunter D-esque Nosper that like fucking hate vampires and are like, oh my god, this is awful. I need to make sure no one else has this happen.
Oh, like people that would take vengeance against them because that happened to like people that they knew and such?
And well,
I don't know much about Vampire D, sorry.
Vampire Hunter D is a half vampire that hunts vampires.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I don't have anything like that, because that's not really a thing that's happened as of yet, in the sense of there being like a Dhampir, if you will.
Yeah,
that hasn't actually crossed my mind too much yet. So it's possible that I could, that might be something that I could tie in with like the existence of like the Blood Hunter class in 5e.
yeah.
I could probably do something with that. Let me write that down as an idea.
Half the reason why I mention all these things like the rainbow or like the Vampire Hunter D thing, is because I'm also trying to like, give you stuff to work off of too.
I appreciate that. Yeah, let me put that in with where I have all of this stuff. What? Oh, that's why. It's this folder. Okay. Yeah, anyway. Half vampire that hunts vampires. Blood Rain? Yeah, also an example. Then you have like Blade, right? From your Marvels. All that.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah. Is there a god of money or wealth? Good question.
If you want time to stall and think about this one, I have one in my world, and his name, unapologetically, is Gucci.
That's right. I remember you talked about that.
Yeah. And I came up with this god simply because there is an album that Young Scrolls produced. That's like Sheogorath based. And he's talking about like rapping about like how rich he is. And he says, I'm a Gucci god. I'm a bougie god. And I'm like, hell yeah. Like, what if there's just like a deity that like their whole like their divine realm is essentially a nightclub. And he's just there 24/7, 365. And I'm like, that would essentially be like a god of wealth. Like a god of like throwing wrath.
Yeah.
And then I was like, Gucci. His name is Gucci.
That's awesome, Aiden, bro. There you go. Yeah, no, I don't have one. Aiden is the god of money. There you go. I don't have one specifically. I think that it's not something that was regulated by them. Besides I guess the closest would be Havarn, who created the laws, or at least the guidelines to creating laws, right, as well, and judgment in that way. So I think if I were to associate it with anyone, it would be Havarn. It's one of those things where having somebody that is in charge of it, or at least the patron of accumulation of wealth, would fall more under Mendax, as that's something that can get to the point of like being too much. It falls into hedonism if you go too far with it, which is why I think it would be like this dual shared domain between the two of them in a way. Because Mendax is already a mirror of Havarn and a few other like aspects. So I don't think I need a specific one, at least.
You could always just to have like, if you have subdomains, make it make it a domain of a patron saint.
Sure. Yeah.
So like, for instance, my Aphrodite essentially is also my god of excess and hedonism.
Yeah.
And she has a patron saint named Mileto. Because I am a bit rusty on Mileto, the saint of unrequited love. Long ago, a man fell in love with the priestess of Disra, but the god of storms, who is Disra's husband, did not approve of the mortal, and as such cursed him and turned him into an albatross. He then ordered the four winds to carry the albatross across all the corners of the world, so that the albatross would be so blown about by the wind that he never got the chance to confess his love. To this day, albatrosses are considered symbols of love.
Okay.
So you could have like Disra is like the goddess of pleasure in the arts and love. Or the patron goddess of love, sex, fertility, music, and art. But also the goddess of vice, irresponsibility, freedom of inhibition, prostitution, and hedonism.
Sure.
And she has sort of like a subdomain of unrequited love that is handled by Mileto.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So like, yeah, if you want to have like a subdomain of like excess, you can just have a patron saint of money.
Yeah, potentially. I'll think about it. I think I prefer, at least for now, what I have, because it works more. It works both practically and thematically with what they do with the gods not being as present. Because if they do have these aspects of them, I guess would be a word that I could use for it. Then it would take away from their ability to focus on what their task is, in the sense of trying to keep these others at bay. But I could make it so, because we're getting to that point. In fact, we're kind of at that point where, due to these wars, the mortals were able to, or they, I guess not able to, but more so sought out more means of power, and thus were able to contact other planes, both or that were, not necessarily always malevolent, but not necessarily always beneficial. And so potentially I could have more like a minor deity thing come about because of that. Potentially, who is trying to ascend more so.
Do you have any like eldritch gods that are like unknowable?
Unknowable in the sense of,
like, do you have any Yogg-Sothoths?
So, I guess in a way the others are supposed to be at least something that you're not supposed to know, right? that's like it's not too hard to put. Venera is a lot of Azathoth is in there. Destruction of everything. So, but and then you have the I could have more that are things that are out there, in the sense of like there is more that's out there, because obviously there has to be. If other planes exist, then other gods would exist, or something exists out there that is powerful enough that had created those things, right? Just logically, it has to follow that if they create these planes in order to seal away these evils that they are dealing with right now, something created this plane, something created those planes, right? Or whatever. It just has to follow in that respect. So things could exist outside that are more unknowable. Just if we follow that line of logic. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Patreon Saint. Nice. Good one. I like that. Hades is also the god of wealth, with gold and gems being underground. That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Right, what was that? Nosfer created more things. They found that magic that they could use, established themselves very quickly as the wars made a lot of dead, and a lot of dead means a lot of things to use, whether it be turning them into Nosfer or Nozem.
What's a Nozem?
It's undead.
Like a ghoul?
Yeah, like zombies, ghouls, whites. Like, it's a broad category for everything that isn't a Nosfer.
I see. So undead elitism.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that.
Undead gatekeeping, one might call it.
There's a little bit of that.
Gravestone keeping.
A little bit of it. But it works in their society, at least, because they are basically as close to Tenebrum as anything else, right? Now, at least. And so they're they're the first. So the leadership is kind of there.
Vampire aristocracy.
Yep. So, and obviously in response to that, the mortals tried and found the weaknesses of the undead. Silver and sunlight and fire and beheading, and you have all your weaknesses there. Not garlic. No, not allowed. Galorian had some involvement with aboleths. Oh, really? I did not. But yeah, so basically what happened as well is that after 150 years of war between these races and all of this, the others were summoned through things that were happening as well during the time, as kind of these affairs of both the chasing of Tenebrum as well as the wars of the mortals kind of made things a little harder to keep track of what was going on with the cults and stuff. And so after 150 years, whilst there was fighting across this land, a fucking huge fucking magical explosion that decimated a large portion of the continent itself on the eastern side, was just fucking like the brightest light that had ever been witnessed by any of these creatures, expanded out, vaporizing everything in its way. And the ones who were able to be out of the range of it, but were able to bear witness, went mad, mostly, or died just from the sight of the birth of the three.
Oh shit, okay.
Yep. So they came out and fucking... That's what the Blight is. It's where they came out of.
Okay.
And
so this explosion just happened one day?
To the people that were at war? Yeah.
Okay.
No one knows exactly what happened. They don't... That's why they're trying to figure out, like... They're trying to figure out both what happened and how to, contain and stop the growth of the Blight and make it recede. Which is just an ongoing process that is still going on to this day. But yeah, so it fucking it was bad. And so due to it, they started to do some bad shit to the land around, and the Blight started to grow. And
by they, you mean the three?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
The three were now starting to, like, they were in this plane. They were in this reality. And so, because of that, hey, common enemy that we now need to stop. Hey, the gods were like, oh, fuck. So, it allowed them to at least form a truce, that until they were able to, get these others, get them off of this plane and banished from their reality, that they would not try to fight each other anymore or stop each other and all that kind of stuff that was going on.
The three, by the way, are Vinerat, Ager, and Mendax?
Yes.
Okay.
And so you have the three, and then you have the seven, who are the gods.
Mm-hmm.
And they banded together. They were able to create a plane that they could try and send these three to. That's confusing.
Doesn't the seven include Tenebrum?
Yes.
Okay, why would Tenebrum help? Isn't he?
He's not evil.
Well, yeah, I know, but like, don't most of the gods consider him a pariah, essentially?
Three of them do.
Okay, so it's 50-50, and even the ones that support him, like, one's apathetic, and the other one is like, I thought one of the god of the harvest was like, I'm busy that day.
No, that's Mu. Mu is busy that day. Mu is more concerned with the knowledge. So you had Sintus, you had Saturn, and Havarn, who were against, and then you had Pothi and Q and Tenebrum, basically, on that side, and then Mu was just kind of there, you know. But the birth of these three was kind of an event that was something that was growing to become even worse, because the Blight was continuing to grow because of their influence. And considering that it literally destroyed everything that was in its path to, like, it... What's the word that I'm looking for? I wrote it down. I should look at that word. Disintegrated. There we go. That's the word. Disintegrated basically everything in its path, turning it into nothing. That it was enough to kind of stop them from bickering in the way that they were. Because, like, again, common enemy that was literally going to be the death of everything. So they create the plane, and they battle with these three until they weaken them and make it so that they can send them into the plane. Obviously, this takes a lot out of them. But they created the plane and they created the 7 planes around it so that they could have their spaces that they could use to maintain this seal, to seal them away and out of the mortal plane. But again, because of this act of creation as well as the battle itself, it weakened them severely. And in order to maintain these planes, they had to go into them. They had to go into each of their seals, if you will, in order to maintain them and be closer to the aether, excuse me. And use that in order to continue to keep the seals, to keep and maintain these planes. So they had to leave the mortal plane. Thus, they are not there to guide them anymore. And the mortals are kind of left to their own devices a lot more so. And after that extreme fucking destruction that happened, it's a little bit of an issue, a little bit of a problem. And it's continuing to grow. So the mortals also are like, ooh, not great. And so they eventually are able to form the Great Treaty. I think it is what I called it, because I'm the Great Blight Treaty. That's the one. So that they can focus more so on both helping the world that they live in not fucking go away with all of them in it, as well as try to root out the followers of the others that helped helped facilitate their birth. And it established the basics of like how they would trade, how they would research and share this knowledge as best they could with each other. And obviously it's not something that's followed by everyone, because you still have those who are, weaker, quote unquote, in their mind of like going against the others, and those that want personal glory, personal power, all that kind of stuff, right? And so, yeah, it's at least brought them to a, not a stalemate, but just a peace of sorts. Though, obviously, how long that lasts is really anyone's guess. Yeah. Because even with their common enemy now being the blight itself and what it has brought, which is in the form of monsters, other races that they don't necessarily trust, even if they're not necessarily harmful to begin with. It's one of those kinds of things of like, you weren't here before, why, you're new, not sure about you. And so those ones, they have a little bit of an uphill battle if they're, kind of there. And yeah, everything is allied, at least. It's not necessarily, it's a tentative piece, right? And some of the races have continued on to create more things, The Utur, they they continued. They eventually created steamships, steam powered airships, all that kind of stuff. We haven't gotten a land vehicle just yet, but we'll get there one day. And see. Oh yeah, they also are protecting the Serai, lizard folk, basically. That they're trying to guide them to become more like what they have become, as they are a very they're primitive in terms of their values and the way that they do things, as they value survival and strength above all else. And they've been trying for a long time now to try to guide them more towards the civilized manner of not everything is about fucking doing that, but it's slow going. The Draken have formed the Draken Courts, who are continuing to study magic with the magical school of the Polychrome being their achievement of just a place where all of the different schools of magic are under one roof, but each of them have their own specialized, departments, if you will.
Yeah. My Mage's Guild is exactly like that.
Yeah. The Mendarn have become more zealous in their practices. They created something. They created a organization known as the Beacons of Havarn, that are more inquisitorial. They fucking go into your city and they try to find the fucking people that are cults of the others, and whether or not their means are great, they get results, damn it. And so they're a thing.
How likely are they to be like, oh, you're totally followers of the others, and perhaps a group actually isn't? Like, how likely are they to put the innocent to burn at it?
It is likely. It is not that. It depends on the group of the beacons, right? It depends.
So, sort of like the Inquisition.
Yes. It varies. And they also still serve as arbitrators and such, as well as they have all of the races except for the Eladir. Yeah. Except for the Eladir, all of the races have really kind of opened up to kind of getting other peoples into the fold. And the Eladir themselves, as I said before, they're isolated more so. Those who leave their capital, their cities, all of that, their territory, I guess, is a better way to put it. They go off and do their own things sometimes, or those who weren't there, who live outside, sometimes do feel that call to go to their, like, to be with their people, and they will go and live with them instead of living outside of their territory. But those who, have children with other races, you've got your Eladum, your half-elves of varying degrees, obviously. And obviously the half-orcs, the Uteron, they also exist. The Yorn, that's right, your giants, the Yorn. So once the blight happened, they kind of went like, yo, you guys like fucked it up. I don't know. how the fuck, and so they've kind of put themselves as the cloud giants themselves have really kind of, since they are above like everything they can be, they kind of put themselves as watchers to make sure that like another war like that never happens again. They're kind of there as a another barricade, not
another safeguard.
Yeah, that's the word. Safeguard. Thank you. Another safeguard against that ever happening again. The fire giants have kind of put themselves with the Utor, who with their great crafting, their mountain ranges, so they kind of live with them. You have there is a citadel in that mountain range that I was talking about, that it says the westernmost lake. I changed that. Not the westernmost lake. It's the westernmost desert, because they have a cloud city that is over a patch of land 700 fucking miles long, that is just constantly there. There is the stone. The stone giants mostly are kind of just underground, doing their crafting stuff of like making great artworks and such, dreaming, pretending that, or believing that the above world is a dream, because I love that lore. It's just interesting to me, so I kept it. The storms, they have their own mountain range that they say, fucking don't come here, please. You have your frost giants, who are on the northern and southern iced over regions that they don't keep to, but they live in. They'll come down to raid on occasions, and be driven back. But they don't necessarily go. Well, the northern clans don't do as much harm as the southern clans. The southern ones are a little bit more aggressive. And they don't give a shit about hill giants. They say if you see a hill giant, you can kill him. It doesn't matter. Because they don't really follow their hierarchy.
Yeah, in my world, hill giants are like, they have their place in society, but like in giant society, but like almost every single other race of giants sees them as lesser.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Yeah.
If you were to attack a stone giant or like a fire giant settlement, you may invoke the ire, or like a shadow giant settlement.
Sure.
You will likely invoke the wrath of all of the other giants.
Yeah.
But if you were to like wipe a hill giant settlement off the map, like, giant society would be like, oh, thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Abolus may have caused humans to develop civilization, and they eventually got fed up with the civilization, thinking it was the center of everything, and summoned a big meteor to destroy it. Oh, and humanity only survived because the gods of that civilization sacrificed themselves to make the impact not be as extreme. Oh, interesting. According to North Korea, mountains just explode sometimes. I did know that. That's true. If I may vent for a moment, zombies in most shows and movies are ghouls, not real zombies. In old folklore, zombies were just undead workers that don't need sleep or food. Yeah. One episode of old Scooby-Doo did zombies better than most. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wait, are you talking about the movie? Zombie Island? That was a great movie. I like that movie. Draken on the SNES was pretty bad, but it's a game that I wish was good. Draken. I don't know it. Is there fire giants? Yeah, I was just saying, the fire giants live with the orcs. Because they are the great crafters, and so they are drawn more to them with their forges and such in the mountains in their region. Other than that, you have your Durin, your dwarves, who are, as I said, either living, stereotypical dwarven lives, or they're living amongst the stone giants, also participating in their culture of, like, everything up there is a dream. That blight, that's a weird thing that happened. Nah, that's all right. This is fine. There's nothing up there is real. Or the ones that live with the frost giants, in their culture. You have the humans who, again, are doing their thing, being humans. Not necessarily the best at anything, but they're definitely fucking plentiful. And they have, oh yeah. So I turned the halflings and the gnomes into blight created magical subspecies of humans and dwarves, respectively. When you had a baby, sometimes that baby didn't really grow up too big.
Oh, okay, so they're inverse Ogren?
Yeah. Yeah. So they're there, you know? The halflings or halves, and the kern or the gnomes are
Colonel.
they're
The Colonel.
Yeah. They're kind of found across, where those their, I guess, parent races are also found, as well as other places, just because they're non-threatening looking, so they kind of fit in anywhere, because people don't really think that they can do much because they're tiny, and they're like, just kind of there, and they're usually friendly, so they have a little bit of an advantage in that respect. You've got your Nosfer and your Nosem, who stay underground most of the time. They have developed the ability to create magical items that allow them to walk around in the daytime, in the daylight. But most of them don't really want to do that because, again, most everyone doesn't really like them. They tolerate them if they're around and they're being useful, but, like, when you look at this person who was, like, your dead loved one, you don't really... Nah, that's not usually a good thing.
So, the Nostfer and the Nosem, do they speak deep speech?
No. They have their own language.
Yeah, I know, but, like, I just figured, given that, like, elves, you said, like, a dulcet toned, rarely heard. I thought that was how you just were describing the language of Elvish.
I mean,
so
technically for them, yeah.
So I was wondering if with Nostfer and Nosem, how you were describing the harsh guttural as it's struggling to breathe or coughing up phlegm.
Yeah.
I thought that was how you were describing deep speech.
I suppose if you, like, it isn't itself deep speech, it is itself its own language. But it does sound the same, yeah, I guess. They wouldn't be using the same words, I suppose, is how I would put it.
Do you have aboleths in your work?
I would, yes.
Okay. And I assume that they are a post-blight creature, much like beholders?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm learning.
Yeah, you're getting it. Hey. But yeah, so the Nosfer and the Nosem usually stay underground. They have a big place. You know what? I'll give you a copy of the map that I've made.
Nice.
That is, again, not great, but it works. Where is it? I'll also put that in the Discord for you guys out there if you want to look into this. This'll work. Okay. So it's a bit big. You might not be able to zoom in and get the details as good. So I will also put a SVG file that you can download.
Oh, fuck. So I was wondering what the dimensions of the blight were.
Yeah, it's big.
Yeah, I fucking see that.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, yeah. So if you download that and you open it in a browser, you can just zoom in without losing quality.
Ooh.
That's the nice thing about SVG files. Hold on, everyone. Let me go and put this in there. There you go. Doing that. Hang on. So,
assuming the various types of trees represent the various types of forests?
Yes, they are various biomes, mostly.
Okay.
Yeah, I even have, in my, if you look in the capital cities, you have, like, I did research on agriculture, to see what they would be able to grow in each of the kind of regions, so I'll get into that in a second.
What is that little teal spot by the blight?
Little teal spot by the blight.
Like
northwest. That is a ruin. I've yet to do anything with that, but it is a ruin.
Okay.
I'm thinking that will be at least the ruin where the gods resided. So it's like where they were, like that was their central like place where they were. Yeah, I think that's what I want that to be.
Does your continent have like well-defined borders between like? Oh, you haven't mentioned country.
Yeah. So I think I would need to. So like the territories are really just where the cities are. They're not supposed to expand too much past those. But obviously some secret stuff might be a thing. Who knows?
Supposed to?
Yeah. Because of the treaty.
Right.
Yeah, because of the treaty, there's no more, like, they're not supposed to expand farther than that, really. They don't, like, they shouldn't go out past, basically where they have already settled. So, yeah. Let me, you know what, I'll pull it up for you guys.
Also, a very specific question.
Yeah.
But I see on the far north and the far south of your map, you have ice caps.
Yes.
So am I to assume that the equator runs directly through the center of the map?
Yeah.
Okay. Which would bring it... No. Okay, so that, yeah, just close to the light. Okay.
Yep.
What is in the center? I see, like, a vertical, like, area that's represented by, like, black triangles.
One moment. Oh, that's a mountain range. That's a big mountain range.
Oh, okay.
That's the Utuers territory. They claim that big mountain range.
Does that mountain range have a name?
Yes.
What is that name?
It is the Q Tour, meaning blessed by Q.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a big mountain range in my world. It only is called the World Spine.
Ah, that works, yeah. Give me a second, everybody. Just a second. I'll put the picture here. Image. Oxian. Browse. I need this. Okay, and I need to make it smaller. Holy shit, it's huge. I forgot. That'll work. There we go. All right. Yeah, if you want a better picture of this, go on our Discord, and you can go and download the SVG file, and you can go look at it if you really want to. Or you can look at the PNG, but it's on the screen right now. There you go. There's a witch in the Scooby-Doo episode where she's casted a spell to make a zombie for help. Oh, really? I don't remember that. Will you be running a game with this world after Devils and Dice at some point? I don't know if I'll be doing a game for us. That's a Pangea. That's right. I don't know if I'll be doing a game for us at some point in this world. I mean, I'm willing to at some point, but that's not the next thing that I would do for our group. I would do either Cyberpunk or Vampire the Masquerade or the combination of both that we've been talking about a little bit.
Combination of both.
Yeah. So potentially, maybe far down in the future, but not right now.
I want to have cyber raccoons.
That's right. Anyway, so yeah, I also named each of the bloodlines, the 5 bloodlines that survived, with the initial Tenebrum creation of Nosfer. You've got Tantabus, Sakaro, Vistrin, Baraki, and Lucen. Those are the bloodlines. And if you look at the map, that's a nice map. Thank you. I got it off of D20 SRD creation, actually. I randomized it a bit until I found something that really spoke to me, and then I started to do stuff to it. It's using royalty-free what is it? Icons and such that you can get from I don't remember where it is, but I downloaded them and they're really cool and useful. So yeah, if you look at the map itself, for the little black parts, little black dots, those are all of the undead cities.
Okay.
You have Teneb as the capital. Then you have Tantir as one of them. You have Luce. You have Vista. You have Brokrin. You have Sakar. Those are the ones that were named after the bloodlines. Then the rest of them have other names that they have put in. But those ones are the main cities that each of the bloodlines kind of exist in, whereas Teneb is a central kind of meeting point for a lot of peoples and a place where the council itself meets. The council being made up of the bloodlines, the heads of the bloodlines. Yeah, they, like I said before, they have a resilience to the blight, so they have a outpost that's very close to it. That is, as you can see, right under the blight.
Oh, under.
Yes. There's the other.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that one is an outpost that they will be in. It's not in the blight. No one wants to make something that's in the blight because they don't want to stay in there for too long. It's one of those things where they've, over the years, they've done testing to see how long they could last in the blight. So they didn't make something inside it, but they have 10 blay. A little combination of Tenebrum and blight. So they get research done there. Krev also kind of serves as it.
Real quick.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to dissuade your world building, but would they call it the Blight, or wouldn't they have their own word for it in their mucus language?
So yeah, it's
Blight is a pretty clean word.
It is. Bly. It's not using the T, unfortunately, but yeah, I might rename it because you're right in that respect, but
Like even changing the I to like an AU, so it's like 10 block.
Yeah, true.
So sorry, this is a very niche point. I don't know why I hyperfixated on it.
No, you're good.
Also, I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick.
Okay. What do liches do in the world? They okay, so liches, right? Usually liches are the evil, right? They're too far. If we want to talk about like pure lich, that's somebody who has gone too far in that direction of like they want to spread these undead as like and conquer the world and turn everyone into an undead, which is not what the Nosfer or the Nostum want to do. That is an act that is not condoned. Sorry, Nosum, bruh. Why did I put Nostum on some of these? There it is. There we go. I fixed it. Let me just make sure that I didn't put... No, okay, cool, we're good. So liches still do their thing. It's not a good thing, and they would be something that's like that the council would deem as something that you could, like, everybody could try to kill, because liches would be like leading to the destruction of the world. Is that blight spreading or fixed? So it is technically spreading still. It is slower than it was before. This is, as you can see, the kind of like haziness is like the spread.
Yeah, okay. I was just thinking about this because I just returned, but I was thinking about this while in the bathroom. With a name like the Blight and the fact that the undead have, quote, resistance to it, is this just magical radiation, or is the Blight actively consuming and corrupting the land?
It is actively consuming and corrupting.
Okay, and I'm assuming that haziness is representative of that?
Yes, it is. It is slowly spreading. It is not as fast as it used to be back when the three were still on the plane.
Okay.
That is one of the reasons why they're trying to they did so much to seal it away, because it spread out as big as it did.
Okay.
So yeah.
My next question would be how slowly is it spreading?
So it has been 554 years since the blight occurred. The more, I guess, dark area is the definite spread, like it has cemented itself there.
Oh yeah.
And that, I would say, that would be the 500 years total that it's taken.
Okay.
So 50 years, after another 50 years, it has spread to this bit.
Okay.
54
so,
years. But, yeah.
like, it should be... because it's spreading... Yeah, because it's spreading exponentially slowly. It will eventually take over the entirety of the landscape, though, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
if it's not stopped or found to somehow recede, just people are that's why they're trying to figure out how to get it to at least fucking stop.
Yeah. And I'm assuming nothing has been found yet, right?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that is a constant source of, hopefully we can, God, please, oh my God, yeah.
So when something is corrupted by the blight, what effects, like what symptoms are displayed?
So basically it is a withering effect, I would say. It is a sapping of the energy, though sometimes it does vary in the sense of it creates a difference of like it can find something that was within like the thing that it is corrupting, and kind of bring that more to the forefront.
Yeah, sort of mutate it.
Yes, it is both mutative as well as withering.
Okay.
And there's no definite cause of what it will do.
So it is just magical radiation.
Yeah. Yeah. In a way. Yeah. Bet liches love the blight? Yes. Of course they do. Yeah.
Are liches considered Nozem?
They would be ones that have gone too far. They would be ones that were considered that need to be stopped, because they usually are the ones that want to create this death to everything, to like rise up and control and use them as pawns to give themselves more power.
Oh, so the Nostfer are like a community that is helping out the rest of the world as much as anyone.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's why I was saying before.
I thought the Nostfer were all evil in your world, and I was like,
no. Sorry, I just dispel that entirely. No. They started out as a threat to everything in the sense of needing to feed on things, but now that like they are looked at as like the evil of the world, or at least an evil of the world, by people that have like they don't want to understand them, you know. But they are, again, useful in the sense of shipping off prisoners to them, so that you don't have to deal with them anymore.
Okay, my next question was going to be how do they humanely feed? And it's
yes.
They essentially, if you are a prisoner for life, you are going to be cattle for
yes.
These guys. Okay.
Yes, and like they can survive off of animals.
Animal blood. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
That is a possibility.
It's just fucking gross.
Yes, it is. It is far less beneficial to them. Absolutely. And they need to consume a lot more of it. So yeah.
Yeah, and then you feel all bloated.
Yeah, it's just it's yucky.
I'm on a lean humans only diet. It's it's paleo.
Yeah. I had a world with one of those where one of the kingdoms that was set up to hold it back eventually became expansionist and took over the world, eventually forming a space empire. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I had this originally like came about because of Eberron, actually. Reading Eberron and kind of understanding how Eberron worked, it was the basis, and the original Oxian was way too much like Eberron. And it was so much so that I was like, I'm just gonna not even work on this for a while. And then
I'm a hack.
Yeah, and then I didn't work on it for the longest time. And then I like talked to some of my friends here who were like, oh, I want to play D&D, and I was like, well, I mean, I could, like, I just need to work on the world and stuff. And then I got a bunch of interest, and I was like, oh, okay. And so I started this, and now I have a world, which is nice.
Because my first world was like I adopted Tamriel from the Elder Scrolls,
right? Yeah,
and I took so much of it and made it my own.
Yeah.
That I was like, you know what, like, so having Tamriel as a basis for my world was very handy as a first time DM, because I had a lot of like stuff already established that I could go, oh, you know, I don't have to worry about doing as much on the fly.
Yeah.
But after a while, having so much of it already established started to feel restrictive.
Yeah.
And I was like, fuck it, like I'll do it my fucking self.
Yeah.
And then I spent a week deciding on my name for the world.
Yep.
And that is how Ingradel came to be born.
Yeah, there you go. Also, where are copper dragons? I will live there. They're around. Dragons aren't necessarily like they're one of the things that's a post blight thing.
What? Yeah.
Yeah. So they're not like a part of societies or whatever, but they exist. They're out there.
Right. What developed post blight races?
What? Sorry, what?
What developed post blight races like dragons, beholders, Illithids?
Mm-hmm.
What they can't have just cropped up apropos of nothing.
No,
they must have had a cause.
Yeah, the blight itself, whilst being a rip, it's like a rip in reality, right? It destroyed from the epicenter, but its shockwaves were also like a magical kind of cause that created the growth of these new things. Like, not everything has been discovered yet that is post blight. Some things could even have been pre-blight. People just hadn't known about them until post-blight, right? But yeah, they like the Sarai, or Sari, excuse me.
The lizard folk.
The lizard
right?
folk, yeah.
Okay.
They have been developing over these 500 years.
Do you have Loxodons?
Yes. They exist.
Okay, what are they called, or are they post-blight?
They are post-blight.
Okay.
I haven't.
Come on, but you have the Furbolg as pre-blight?
Yes. Hey man, some things did happen before, and then some things happened after, okay?
I object to
Okay.
Turtle being pre-blight, but Loxodons being post-blight.
That's
and Tabaxi and Warforged.
No. So
Warforged were.
So all of these are just ones that I remembered. Okay. Like, they're not post blight, pre blight, like, alright, like, they're just there as there. Yeah. Turtles are post, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, like, I would have to go through and put each, but yeah, Turtles, Tabaxi, Kenku, Ganassi,
yeah, so sort of the inherently magical,
yes,
bestial races.
Yes, exactly.
Goblins
are goblins post-blight? No. Goblins were there. They're not inherently magical. At least in my mind. I got mine because Dwarf Fortress generated a world with a huge splotch of evil-aligned land on the map. That's awesome. Yeah. Get your inspiration from wherever, right? Yeah, I just knew that I wanted a thing. Honestly, a lot of these ideas came about because I was writing for that story that I've been writing that I haven't worked on in a while. But a lot of my ideas were stemmed from there because, like, just the concept that I had, I was like, oh yeah, I would need a world for this. So I, started thinking about stuff like that. Like also, Tenebrum was my first idea of, like, things. And I was like, let's go with that.
Also, Alejo.
Yeah.
I would at some point like the chance to talk about my world, and I don't want the stream to go too late.
Okay.
So do you mind if I take over once you get to a good stopping point?
Yeah. I'm basically almost done. I just have these capital cities, really, and that's kind of it. And I don't need to go too deep into them. You've got. I'll just quickly summarize on this little map here in the middle of the mountain range, in the center, I guess, of the north-ish part of the continent here. You have Nak Q, which is honor Q in the Utur language, which is the orcs' main place. Are there illithids? Yes, they do exist. They are post-blight stuff.
We talked about this. Keep up.
You have in the.
I'm by the way, totally fucking do.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I have no idea. I have no idea who said that, but, like, I don't expect them to know. It's Lux. Lux knows my sarcastic.
Yeah. You're good. So then in the southeast, that bigger purple dot, that's Trakol, the capital of the Draken, or the Dragonborn. That's where you'll find.
I was expecting the Night Elves.
Yeah, that's where you find the Polychrome, the magic, like, college, I guess, if you will.
You have a city called Draven?
Yeah, I do. Then if you look to the west on that island, that is Bararn. It's the capital of the Mendarn, or the Tieflings, where they have their temples. Their Temple of Havarn is there, as well as the where the beacons of Havarn, or the Harvonimus, are trained. Then you have in the northwest those yellow dots. The big one is Silvo, the capital of the Elidir, or the Elves. That's where they have the trees that are ironwoods / I haven't named the species of tree that the big tall ones are, but that's where that forest is that they have.
I also shoved my elves to the west of my continent.
Nice. And then in the let's see, southwest.
So I noticed you have Vrech in the deep south, and
yes,
Gristro, Crash. What culture is that? The red.
The Reds, those are Dwarven, actually. Dwarven and Frost Giant. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Dwarven and Frost Giants are the Reds in the north and south. That's not all of them, obviously, but those are the closest ones that are known.
Also, are all races represented in all cities, just with the primarily being the population?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
Okay.
So the blue dot that is in the southwest, that's Yovam. That is the cloud giant citadel atop the 700 fucking mile cloud mountain range that is high above everything, over the desert. Did I name that desert? I thought I named that desert. I guess not. Oh yeah, the Nerville Desert.
Cloud giants over a desert, much like in Boo's World.
Yeah. Yeah, but they don't. The rain, whatever. In the northeast-ish, kind of in the central northeast, that those gray dots, those are human settlements. The big one being Sintis Blade. It is a port city that is both a port city of ships as well as airships, that they use as kind of a hub of trade, of sorts.
Good place to launch airships is off of mountains.
Yes,
but
the
port cities are often sea level.
Mm-hmm.
Which is Sintis's Blade?
The one that is off that little peninsula. The bigger letters, not the one that's on its island, but if you follow the island one, southwest, that one.
Oh no. I'm saying, I know where Sintis Blade is. I'm saying, is it mountainous or sea level or both?
Oh, okay. That is sea level. But
okay.
Yeah. So they have built a higher dock for airships.
Okay. How big are these capital cities really?
They are. Oh yeah, I wrote that down. Hold on.
Are we talking New York City?
Hold on. I wrote it down somewhere here. This one. Right, all my fucking calculations that I was doing in the middle of the night. So each of the capitals are cities in the sense of, population-wise, they are considered cities. And each of the other ones are considered townships. I remember that much.
Okay.
Yeah, so anywhere from cities are at least 5,000, I think. Wait, no, that's not right.
Be more than that for a
Yeah,
city.
no, it should be more than that. Where's my? I used a thing.
What is the, if I were to take the sum total of all of your cities, townships across all races, what is the population of your world? Roughly.
Hang on. I need to find this. My brain will not let me not.
Yeah.
Where? I thought I wrote this down. Okay. Well, excuse me.
Make it up, DM.
Yeah, sorry. I would say at least 1 million, if not 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just so I can put this in perspective, what is this shape, like the size of this landmass compared to like the USA?
I would love to tell you. I did those calculations. It's fucking gigantic.
Yeah, because like
Hold on.
You said it was like 27,000
So
miles?
From edge to edge, it is 26,280 miles across from west to east. And then north to south, it is hold on, 12,148.5 miles. The rough area is 319,262,580 miles.
Okay,
Squared.
because the USA
I know.
From east to west is 3,000 miles.
Oh, I know.
So it is approximately 12 USA across.
Yes. And from my calculations, each of the, like, in 100% zoomed in, like it is 100% of my screen, pixel to pixel, being an inch on my map would be 700 miles, which is 10 days of walking nonstop, which is my little thing on the bottom there.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
Yeah. So yeah, I've been going as that as my thing because I divided that up and such. If I can make a suggestion, there should probably be more coastal cities just from eyeballing it. That's what I feel. So airships are primary transport of goods and such. Coastal cities do exist with the like they still are used for some travel. It's for cheaper transport. Airships are more costly for transport, but the things that are transported are more important usually.
So say I wanted to get on an airship from Synthesis Blade to Nakku.
Okay.
Q?
Not Q. Not Q.
Not Q. Okay. Say I'm not racist, I swear. Say I wanted to get on an airship from Synthesis Blade to Nakku.
Yep.
Approximately how long would that take me, and how much would it cost?
So you would be going 20 miles an hour on your airship travel.
What is that, like 7 inches?
20. No. So this total would be, I'll tell you in inches. Let me open this up in my thing. Where is my? I need this one. I open it up in GIMP. So
I got 700 times ready. Just tell me how many inches.
Yep, I will give you. Okay, that is a good old almost 12 inches. In fact.
Ooh.
Yep.
Okay, so that's 8,400 miles. divided by 10 miles an hour, you said?
20 miles.
20 miles.
And that's optimal, like, you're going the optimal, like, fastest speed the whole time.
Yeah, I'm fine with the rough calculation.
Yeah.
Divided by 20 is 420 hours. Divided by 24.
Yep. This is exactly what I was doing that whole fucking night when I was making this map.
17.5 days.
Yes. Okay.
Right. So how much would that cost me, considering I'm also probably going to be eating on this journey?
Yeah. So 17.5 days.
Times 5 silver a ration is roughly like 8 3/4 gold.
Right.
Of ration.
Yeah, I would say that this would cost you. Ooh, I want to say because it needs to be for. Well, it would be more for a wealthy kind of trip, because you're going from city center to city center, really, or capital. So I want to say no
gold for the journey.
Yeah, no more than 300 gold, I think. This is the thing. I still need to think about economy a lot, because this is something that you would need to do. You would be transporting goods. You could transport. Oh, because you need it to be light. That's the other thing, because it's airship. But you have some magical fucking wood that is lighter than iron, but it is as sturdy as iron. And you have your steam technology. Ooh, man. Ooh.
If you don't have this developed already, it's fine.
No, I don't have it totally developed, but I want to give a rough estimate of it being at most 300 gold.
Okay.
At most.
Okay.
That's what I want to. Yeah, that's where I want it to at least, like, is yeah, because you're investing a lot in transportation with an airship. To knock Q, or at most, or at least. Yeah, we're talking about a supercontinent. Yes, this is a supercontinent. Yeah. Are goblins the same as gnomes and halflings class-wise? No, they can be whatever they want to be class-wise. Oh, you mean like social class-wise? No. Goblins are looked at less favorably than gnomes and halflings. Gnomes and halflings are above goblins in the hierarchy.
Because of always a classic part of fantasy RPGs, green racism.
Yep, that's true. Except for the orcs. Though they're not necessarily
orcs are usually seen as lesser too.
Yeah, but these ones are one of the major ones. So,
also because orcs in most lore are usually violent and raid cities.
Yep. The Sarai are what are taking their place in that kind of respect. The Sarai are looked at as lesser as well, but they're protected by the orcs. So, I think about the economy and government stuff a lot, but my brain goes to sleep when I try to think about the gods in my world building. That's fair. I've gotten this far with like the continent and the cities and such, and like yeah. Oh right, and obviously Teneb is the capital of the Nosfer. It's I even put
you covered that.
Yeah, I do want to say because they're underground, they have created like
hive cities.
Yes, they are conical usually, or funneled shaped, I guess is a better term for it, where the walls are like the buildings, carved into the stonework in the ground and such, and they have chimneys that go all the way to the surface so that they can vent out smoke if they need to use forges and such.
Is like Teneb like an inverse Minas Tirith?
Yes.
Like each ring of the city smaller than the last?
Yes. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. The center of it is where the council chambers is, where they meet for their council meetings. It is just on the ground floor, quote unquote, underground floor.
The lowest floor, no doubt. Also, so like they can continue ruling from there if they're ever like under attack back when like things were very tenuous.
Yes. And they have great caverns in the walls that lead out and to other parts, other cities, townships, if you will.
Now this is a somewhat niche point, and feel free to tell me to fuck off because I'm asking this question. But undead don't need to breathe.
Nope.
Is that true in your world?
Yep.
Okay. How deep underground does like Teneb go?
Pretty deep, I want to say.
Okay. And most races are represented in most cities, even if only partially.
Yep.
Okay. Now here's where the part where you get to tell me to fuck off.
Okay.
When you get really, really deep underground, even if you have like an open airway, it gets hard to get air down there. Like when tunnels, for instance, are like dug for bridges, or like highways, they specifically build air like vents for the air.
Cattle are kept at the top of these cities. Like they're kept at the closest to the above ground.
But what about the people who aren't cattle?
What people that aren't cattle?
Like the races that aren't like the lizard folk that aren't cattle.
No. All of the other folk are either turned or they are risen. They're represented in the sense of they were what they were. Not a lot of regular folk go to the Nosfer Empire, or not, sorry, territory. They wanted an empire at one point. But the Nosfer territory is not a place that people really go to.
There's like no commerce.
Not between, like they have a mountain or a few mountains that are used as docking points for airships so that they can send out research and such. And if they really want to, they can leave there as well, or they can just travel on their on foot because they don't give a shit about like breathing, so they can just kind of go. They don't usually have visitors. They kind of have their own like trade inside of their own cities, if you will. Their own person.
Sort of isolation.
It's kind of forced upon them in this way. But they make sure to get that research out for whatever they find, just to make sure that they are continuing to uphold the treaty. And to take in the prisoners or whatever else in that respect. And there are those who do, there are farmers. They're weird. They live up above the ground with all of the animals. They're strange. They live up there. There are some that do farming that is like underground with some like underground species as well, but there are some who do live above the ground that are in the territory. They're not necessarily too far out though.
How do those Nostfer survive going out in the sun?
I have already said that they have developed magical means to protect themselves from the sunlight.
Okay.
Yeah, that is a thing that is there, that they have created so that they can continue to have this secondary source of food, just in case. Or for those who would prefer it, but no one really prefers it, man. That's weird.
Yeah. It's the Nostfer equivalent to being vegan.
Yeah, basically, right?
It's like, yeah, you could, but like you.
Yeah. Damn, it sucks to be goblins, I guess. Oh, always. It goes down like a belly button. That's making me squirm a little bit. Yep. Is a goblin uprising?
Did you know that your body has an engraved map of Teneb?
That's true. Is a goblin uprising a thing that can happen? It could potentially if enough of them got together and wanted to be like that. Yeah.
A gobwa.
Yeah, a gobwa. Or if you're one of them, a grim. Ooh, it would probably be they would probably have a deviation of.
Yeah.
A Gremka.
Okay.
And should make a kobold empire. Hell yeah, do it. Okay. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got. That's all the thing. I hope it's at least something that can be interesting. Or whatever. I don't know, man. I sat down and just like blasted music one night and just started like going at it with like the map and like putting in calculations of like, this is fucking 700 miles. So this to this to this. Yeah. Just to make sure that everything was at least like a month's travel or less away from things by foot. And then with the primary thing being airships.
Yeah, how do you handle travel between like towns and townships? Like, do you just time skip?
I haven't run anything yet. I'm gonna leave that up to how my players want things to go, but I will if we do want to do time skip kind of things. Like they don't want to deal with it too much. I will have that there was an idea that we came across with one of the videos that we covered actually that was about travel, that having them submit like 2 good things and a bad thing that could happen during travel, right? And have like, if I want to spice some things up, maybe pull out one of those things and say, oh well, during your trip through the mountains, during your pass through the valley here, you're and then just kind of bring up whatever it is, or just have a random encounter on occasion. It depends, right? But other than that, I mean, I don't think I'm gonna do like day by day, because fuck hell no. Yeah, you could be traveling for literally like 20 days to a month sometimes, overall. So if you want to do like big travels, you save up to fucking get an airship and it'll take less time. But if you want to do like town to town, okay, well yeah, let's do it. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll figure like horse travel is obviously faster. I have average speed of horses as well that I put down in this text file. Or at least an average speed that I used at a 14 mile per hour canter. That would make it so that if you wanted to cross the continent nonstop at that canter, it would be 3.6 months. So it's far less time on a horse. So get a horse, I guess, is what I suggest if you want to do traveling. Or some kind of mount.
Yeah. Well, I would go in depth into Ingradal.
Yeah.
But because I would love to talk about my world.
Yeah.
But I don't have like anything like prepared for a spiel.
Sure.
And I also am cognizant of the fact that it is 10:30 my time.
Oh yeah,
and,
it's 1:30 in the morning. Wow.
Yeah, and not only do I, like, for our viewers and your sake, Alejo, do I not want to go, like, too late with this, because I could talk for a couple hours.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind, but I understand.
I know, like, you'd be fine with it, but, like, maybe, like, next time I can be on the podcast, maybe we can talk about it or something.
Yeah, totally.
And I can go more in-depth then.
Yeah, I apologize for taking all that fucking time.
Yeah.
You know.
No. I wanted an in-depth exploration into your world, because I've heard it referenced, but like never actually like delved into.
That's fair.
So I have uploaded the world map.
Ooh.
And I'm just gonna mention, give a brief overview into like the world notes of each country. As well as I'm going to mention, talk about my homebrew race, which I know I've mentioned before, but I don't think I've ever gone in detail about. And that homebrew of the world, the race, has tied in it a folktale about like an evil god, which is not widely recognized.
Oh, okay.
As well as the only story of a death of a god.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, the my world is divided up into 4 main eras. The first era, gods walked alongside men. There were no borders. People dwelt in great nomadic tribes following their god. And that extended for an unknown duration of time, but that's how things were forever. In the second era, gods left and man drew their own lines, and that lasted for a period of about 700 years or so. And in the third era, which we are in now, was a time of like relative peace. Still like the occasional skirmish.
Right.
But generally things calmed down pretty much. Things were stable, trade focused, and there was, over the past 150 years, that big green country, the Relnarian Empire.
Yep.
Over the past 150 years, it has started to decline.
Oh.
And we are currently in 3E 407, so third era 407.
Gotcha.
The fourth era is coming, and that will be a time of war, and lines are going to be redrawn. And according to the actions that the players take, will flavor how the fourth era, like, where it kind of starts.
Gotcha.
So that can affect how it plays out. So the Relnarian Empire underwent a massive expansion about 400 years ago, so 7 years into the third era. It consumed many countries into itself, and it cleaved the country of Rain into East Rain and West Rain, which are the 2 like little yellow countries that you see.
I see.
Which they were able to hold their positions through the help of the Kingdom of Drethius, which is the pink one.
Gotcha.
And the Regency of Menataran, which is the red one. However, the Relnarian Empire has been slowly losing ground recently with the creation of the independent republics of Perignus.
Okay.
About like 150 years ago, the independent republics of Perignus did not exist. All of that blue was green as well.
Oh, gotcha.
Farther, farther like areas from the capital. So like the capital of the Relnarian Empire is by like the bottom right spoke of the first A.
Okay.
So like very far north.
Gotcha.
And the like colonies that were farther away were like, I don't like being ruled by these people. They know nothing about my life.
Yeah.
And they started a rebellion and sort of like a secession, like the South in the American South.
Oh my god.
But they started gaining ground.
Yeah.
They're known as the Independent Republics because each secession was like seen as its own kind of republic.
Okay.
And they sort of joined banners together under one larger banner.
Right.
We will get to them later, but I'm just gonna go through stuff as I have it listed on my notes, which is primarily west to east.
Absolutely, yeah.
In the far west, we have the Kingdom of Serenal, a predominantly elven country with various noble houses forming a parliament.
Gotcha.
The most notable families include the Greenbows, the Sylvandals, the Illicines, the Lorethianes, and the Mare Haurelian house. While other smaller families exist and play a role in court politics, these 5 families have taken the forefront in the Kingdom of Serenal for the past 350 years. The Regency of Menataran. Sorry, I just edited that. However, okay. Regency of Menataran. They lost the heir to their throne to sickness some 513 years ago in the later stages of the Second Era. And since then, a regency has been established until a new heir can be determined. However, none of the noble families can determine a suitable successor.
Of course.
Whispers exist of the regent family, the de facto royalty of the nation, using specialized assassins to quell any potential heirs to the throne. Altriznia. In the deep south, a harsh and, I wrote unforgiving, unforgiving land, left unconquered and underdeveloped by equal parts the barren landscape and the warring tribes of orcs.
Okay.
While some think of orcs as harsh and unforgiving brutes who know only violence, this is not the case. Orc culture is rich and varied. However, most villages located in or near Altriznia do not get the chance to enjoy said culture because of orc raiding party. Due to orc culture being nomadic in nature and reliance on livestock and beasts of war, no crops are cultivated.
Okay.
It's a very barren area. I based the orcs very loosely upon the Mongols. So like the land was too barren to grow crops, so they have a purely meat-based diet. And they just lead these massive herds of like cows to graze. The Inlayan colonies. A small collection of parcels of land squabbled over by the Regency of Menataran and the Republics of Perigna. The Inlayan colonies are a harsh landscape roamed by bands of gnolls. It initially was a penal colony for the Relnarian Empire and Menataran, but eventually it became populated enough that it was able to become a country unto itself.
Gotcha.
So it is essentially my world's Australia.
Yeah.
Where people, like, if you just committed crimes, they're like, fuck it, go live with the gnoll. And the Regency of Menataran and the independent republics of Perignus are kind of warring over pieces of it.
Okay.
It has no real government to speak of for itself. It is a sort of a smaller grouping of colonies.
Gotcha.
There is no real true border between Altriznia and the Inlayan colonies. But like Perignus or Minotaurin may occasionally like try to snatch a little parcel for themselves.
Right, yeah.
Easterain and Westerain. Sorry, Easterain and Westerain. It used to be one country called Rain until the Relnarian Empire expanding southward cleaved the country in two. Close alliances between Westerain and Easterain with Minotaurin and the dwarves of Windy Peak, which I'll go into later, the Karak Gul and Karak Som clans, respectively, caused the two half-countries to be too hard to invade. So, I will send you a copy of the Ingradel world map, except this one has the world spine, which I have drawn in white.
Okay.
The world spine is just a group of mountains that start in the independent republics of Primus and go north before starting to head east. That one giant like blotch in the center by Easterain, that is Windy Peak Mountain.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Windy Peak Mountain was settled by the dwarves and became so like imagine trying to take over Moria for if you're an invading force. It's fucking impossible.
Yeah, no. I'd rather die.
Yeah, and the Relnarian Empire, as you can see, just kind of avoided that.
Kind of went around that, yeah.
Because fuck that, dude.
Yeah.
That is so fucking costly.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just not worth it.
No,
so
logistically.
Because Easterain is essentially shielded by the world spine, sometimes called the spine of the world. It's the same thing,
right?
Because it's essentially shielded from that, it continued to exist, and Westerain made a lot of close political allegiances with the Regency of Minotaurin.
Gotcha.
And Regency of Minotaurin donated because Westerain essentially just kept the total space that the Relnarian Empire had as a front to the Regency of Minotaurin pretty limited.
Yeah.
So the Regency of Minotaurin had a vested interest in maintaining friendly relations with Westerain as well. So they just kind of formed allegiances, and the Regency of Minotaurin donated a lot of troops.
Yeah. Okay.
Karak Gul and Karak Som, the dwarves call themselves the Karak. And Gul and Som means north and south, respectively.
Nice. Okay.
So Windy Peak essentially has the Karak Gul and Karak Som clans are it's somewhat friendly,
right?
But it's like a tentative peace.
Sure.
Both consider themselves to be the true owners of Windy Peak.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
The Relnarian Empire, an autocratic and expansionist empire ruled by the Gretznir dynasty. The Relnarian Empire expanded rapidly in the early to mid stages of the Second Era, which does not line up with the 400 years, so I'll have to fix that. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
They were unable to break through the line of the world's spine, a range of mountains stretching across most of the continent. Because of this and help from the dwarves, blah, 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 blah. Much of what is today the independent republics of Perignus, the republics recently declared themselves independent to Relnarian and have slowly been gaining ground over the past 150 years.
Yeah.
The Varjordian democracy over in the east.
Yes.
A trade-focused country whose financial wealth has caused most of its armies to be comprised of well-paid mercenaries. The Varjordian democracy has had a long-standing cold war with the collective kingdoms of Drethius, who both claim to be the rightful owner of Pontdellera, that grand duchy.
Gotcha.
The Duke of Pontdellera has managed to broker a tentative peace claiming that whichever country is the first to cross his borders will be the first to face the full forces of like Pontellera's armies, as well as the country which did not aggress.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So the Duke of Pontellera is just kind of doing his best.
Oh yeah, he's just like, don't you dare, or else the other guy's gonna come in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Kingdom of Drethius is also incredibly minerally rich.
Oh.
And I could have sworn I wrote notes on this, but they are not appearing.
Oh.
World, no, that's... Oh boy, not sure where that went, but okay.
Okay.
Neat.
I have a question for you.
Yes, please.
Trade, right? The democracy, the Vajordian democracy, do they trade with the Kingdom of Serenal?
Not usually. Like, you can export things, but it's gonna be fucking expensive.
Right. Okay, so
they do send ships down. However, the common route between the Varjordian democracy and the Kingdom of Serenal is obviously to the south by the independent republics of Prignus, because the alternative is sending them by the Relnarian Empire, which is...
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine that to be a great idea.
The Varjordian democracy has kind of avoided outright war, usually. By, like, you kind of don't want to bite the hand that's feeding you.
Sure, yeah.
It's still, though, very, like, tug on shirt collar. Ha ha ha! We're at peace!
Right. Okay, so they would trade primarily with the Relnarian Empire and the Republic of Dionystrus and the Grand Duchy?
Yes.
Okay. And the Grand Duchy would get things from the Kingdom of Drethus to trade with the democracy?
Perhaps.
Okay. Because I wouldn't imagine they would trade directly. Well, I guess they would, but it would be probably higher taxed.
Exactly. You can send stuff from the Kingdom of Drethius around to the Varjordian democracy, and certainly that does happen.
Sure.
But that's almost smuggling-esque activity. Like,
gotcha.
Usually it's just a lot easier and a lot cheaper. So, like, do you see on the image I sent you, there are dotted roads?
Yes.
Those are kind of like main highways.
Oh, okay.
So, like, there is one going from the Drethius through the Grand Duchy of Pontellera straight into the Varjordian democracy.
Yes.
And that's how a lot of stuff gets just passed through.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I was just because I'm seeing a lot of like land necessary trade routes needed. Like you got Westerain that is completely landlocked, right?
Yeah.
Which seems like a rough deal.
Yeah.
So they're probably having a great time.
They have existed pretty much solely through the help of the Regency.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
Now that the independent republics of Prignus have like the independent republics of Prignus are like kind of focusing everything on the Relnarian Empire right now.
Yeah.
So they are universally friendly with just about every country, with the exception of the inland colonies.
Yeah.
And the independent republics of Prignus also have a lot of coastline.
Yeah.
So they're getting a lot of stuff from the Varjordian democracy.
Right.
And can then also send stuff into Westerain.
Gotcha. Okay, so they're like a trade hub in a way.
Yeah. Okay. I'm also realizing that you are seeing a older version of the map.
Oh, am I?
Yes. you are seeing one where the highway goes from Westerain to the Relnarian Empire.
Yeah.
As of like 5 years ago, there was a battle. And the independent republics of Prignus expanded a little bit northward. And you can see that highway goes straight into the independent republics of Prignus.
All right, let me. Okay. Oh, okay.
You can see it does still have like a little dip northward into the Relnarian Empire. And that is where the independent republics are looking to seize next.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
A lot of the time, highways, because they are considered so like necessary for the benefit of everyone to remain open, a lot of the time highways are considered sort of neutral ground.
Gotcha.
Like you don't march armies on highways.
Yeah.
That's just
you just
kind of not done.
Yeah.
And the Relnarian Empire has done a good job of like keeping to that most of the time.
Right.
At least within areas that other countries would see.
Yeah.
Because like if you're launching an army from the capital down south to the independent republics of Perignus, you're going to follow it most of the way along the highway because it's nice and direct. Yeah. And then when you get to an area that other people may see, you just take them off the road.
Right, yeah, you just go like 5 feet over to the left or right.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'll be like, oh, it's cross country.
Okay, yeah.
But yes, does that...
Yeah. I just, it's one of those things of like the exports and the imports and like what is needed, right? And just seeing how like the one edge of the continent would try to get things to the other edge if they wanted to sell it to them, which if the independent republics of Perignus is the trade hub that it is, then it makes a lot more sense.
The Varjordian democracy are the main players, but the independent republics are like, it's crucial to our survival that we play nice with everyone.
Yes, yeah.
So they're just kind of sidling up to the Varjordian democracy, and they're like, "Hey,
yeah,
we got a lot of coastline. We're centrally located." Hey.
Yeah. Actually, absolutely. Gotcha. Okay. Anyway, continue. Sorry.
I really don't have anything on the Republic of Dinostrius yet. And because no one has expressed any interest of ever going there.
Ah, fair. Okay.
So that is sort of a little side area that like still like got the caution like do not cross.
Right. Yeah. The fog of war has not been lifted just yet.
Exactly.
Okay.
That no bad. World map. Martabi shanties. I actually think the next thing I was going to talk about was the Martabi, which are the ocean nomads.
Oh yeah.
I posted a PDF for you to share with the stream.
PDF.
Yes.
Where?
Above the world maps.
Above the world map. Oh. Hello.
So the Martabi are a special homebrew race that I have made.
Ooh,
and they are a group of nomads that all wander across the ocean because they can cast Water Walk as a toggleable innate ability.
Okay.
They have a swim speed equal to their walk speed.
Gotcha.
They have +2 strength, +1 con. and specifically a doubled duration to hold breath to resist drowning.
Oh.
It's not affected by poison gas.
Right.
I figured it was a little bit of like fitting flavor that rarely is gonna ever come in like actually handy.
Right.
They are and I'm just gonna kind of read down the PDF. But the Martabi are natural enemies of Myrrh, but they can sometimes reach tenuous relationships with them.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, though, it is on site.
Gotcha.
Same thing with pirates.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes, the Martabi will run along the water toward the pirate ships because pirate ships have cannonballs, which are kind of awful at dealing with people just running. They are great at dealing with ships.
Oh yeah.
So pirates, as sort of like a ever increasing arms race, will oftentimes have grape shot.
I was gonna say, yeah, they need some grape shot, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
The pirates oftentimes carrying grape shot with them, though, is a newer development.
Gotcha.
The state of the world is changing. In fact, I have a special magical item I'll tell you about later that is in the process of being developed and will probably get rolled out sometime next year in the campaign.
Okay.
By the independent republics of Perignus against the Relnarian Empire.
Oh.
But anyway, they will run towards the pirate ships, and then, like, probably 100 feet or so out, they'll dive down, like, dolphin dive beneath the water, and just latch onto the underneath of the pirate ship, and they will start drilling into it with augers made of narwhal bone.
Yeah.
So, like, imagine you are a pirate ship, and all of a sudden you spring 50 leaks at once.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
yeah, you're kind of fucked.
Guess that ship's gone. Oh
well. Because of this, pirates have, and this is an older development, like this has been around for a while. Pirate ships have like the cannon slits in their like hull are specifically designed vertically so that they can lift the cannon like near vertically and fire almost straight down.
Oh, okay.
This is often why most successful pirate crews oftentimes will have like multiple ships so that they can kind of cover each other.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's just kind of a necessity.
Yeah.
They have the Martabi have a nomadic lifestyle. They follow fish schools of fish based upon the season.
Fishy.
They are super careful to avoid overfishing because that is kind of their livelihood.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In their language, Mare is the name of the goddess of the moon who dealt with, the tides.
Gotcha.
So they just refer to the ocean as Mare as well. And Tabe is the word for child. Hence, Mar Tabi are ocean children.
Gotcha.
They have tan, leathery skin because they're walking out in the sun on the ocean all day. Coarse black hair and green irised eyes. They hunt with harpoons and nets, good fishing tools.
Yeah.
And kind of have a really laid back attitude. They see a lot of other travelers on the oceans, like if they run into a trade ship from the Varjordian democracy, they'll just kind of wave hello because they just kind of see other people as great travelers on the same highway that they are on.
Yeah.
visually indistinguishable from most sailors, except for if they are on land.
Okay.
Because they are usually overwhelmed by human society.
Mm-hmm.
Martabi sent to human societies are quickly overwhelmed by 2-story or more buildings,
Mm-hmm.
commonplace fire, and large quantities of metal. They oftentimes take a while to find their land legs. And just kind of like because of even from when they're born, like or even toddlers are used to like their ground constantly shifting underneath their feet.
Yeah, of course.
So they're always kind of used to like rocking and shifting their balance alongside the ground.
Yeah.
And when it's still, they're like, "What the fuck is this?"
Right. Yeah, it makes sense.
Elderly and children often rest upon rafts made of driftwood coated with multiple layers of kelp.
Oh.
Because the Martabi will create big rafts that they drag behind them. And that is also like their houses are turtle shells. I'll get into it later, so they just kind of float up.
Gotcha.
The Martabi oftentimes navigate via the stars, which I will also get into later.
Okay.
They have a matriarchal society, and they view the ocean as their mother.
Yep.
For again reasons I will get into later.
Okay.
Their whole religion, it basically sums up their society. They are excellent shipbuilders, but they use their ships primarily for hauling supplies, sick, and the elderly. They won't like dock down and make and sell ships. They're like ships at most will have like the depth of a canoe.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so like they don't worry about making like great like galleys or anything.
Yeah.
That's what pirates do.
Yeah, nobody want to do that. The pirate thing, no.
Yeah. They're pretty social. They view those on ships as more journeymen on the great path that is the sea. They may be willing to barter, so long as they are confident that you are not here to overfish an area.
Sure.
And for reasons we'll get into later, so long as you never fucking lie. Don't you dare fucking lie. Yeah, in tune with the ocean ecosystems, as the ocean is all they have, they are acutely aware of population declines or rises, culling or protecting as necessary. Given that the ocean is also kind of sparse for supplies, they waste little and harvest or reuse what they can. They view the sea as the one that gives them life, and they return to the sea when they die. So burial at sea is the common choice.
Yep.
They use giant sea turtle shells from beasts they call margish, like ocean turtle, as makeshift structure. The giant shells are hollow and contain enough room to sit 3 or 4 people snugly. The dimensions are 10 feet wide, 12 feet long, and 8 feet high. When Marigish die, their corpses float to the surface and the shells are removed by wandering tribes of Martabi. The shells are then treated with the same buoyant algae to prevent any leaks, and the building floats naturally. The traditional home of a village leader is in one of these.
Gotcha.
Smaller shells will often be used as barrels and lashed to rafts.
That makes sense, yeah.
Half shells can be found being used as plates or bowls.
Of course.
Because they waste little, they have a barter-based society. They understand the value of having money being usable for trading with other potential buyers later down the line. Also, it takes up like relatively little space.
Yeah, you just get a little
so
pouch, you're fine.
Yeah. A Martabi merchant will often seek to trade goods with each other or with the landwalkers. But if a landwalker is insistent on paying via conventional money, the Martabi will likely but begrudgingly accept.
Gotcha.
The algae and driftwood that they use are marchos and mardas, etc., respectively, make up the rafts. Rafts are thick enough that the seaweed on top stays dry, and seaweed / driftwood in the middle gets damp, and the bottom layer is completely hydrated. The driftwood provides added buoyancy and also provides some structure / stability, so the entire rafts aren't shifting when it gets wavy. Tents of similar construction built into these large rafts are not uncommon, and they act as small teepees or yurts for families or for elders to rest.
Okay.
The able-bodied among the Martabi society will like group up like 10 or 20 per raft and start hauling them. So if you see like off in the distance a group of like 4 or 5 rafts with like 3 or 4 teepees on top a piece, as well as just a giant floating seashell, like a turtle shell, you're like, oh, that's a Martabi group.
Okay.
Their religion, I'm actually like really proud of this. They are superstitious of omens of storms, as well as any reference to, and we'll delve into this deeper in a bit, but Martabi religion centers around 2 main characters. Dashnak Ruz, dash as in run, N''K, and RUZ.
Yep.
No direct translation of his name exists. It's just kind of one of those things that it is what it is in their language.
Big lie man.
But yeah, they're could be interpreted the Great Deceiver, the Big Manipulator, or the First Conspirator. He is seen, oftentimes portrayed and spoken of as a great kraken with countless tentacles. The other character of their story is the goddess of the moon, Mare.
Right.
Given that sort of the moon is pretty important if you're on the ocean.
What? That's crazy. What do you mean?
With tides, with navigation.
What?
And Mare and Dashnak Ruz fought.
Yeah.
They fought each other to a stalemate, and then Dashnak Ruz is like, "Whew, okay, like, fine, you know what, we're chill, like, shake hands with my countless tentacles. Dude, it's fine, we both, like, are a bit bloodied, let's, like, both catch our breath." And Mare was like, "Oh, good, okay," and, like, looked away, and then while she was turned away, Dashnak Ruz attacked her from behind.
Right.
And ripped her to pieces with 1,000 tentacles. And he flung her pieces up into the night sky, where they became stars.
Okay.
This is why the Martabi navigate via the stars, because they're like, Mare is still leading us.
Right.
And what was left of her was thrown up last, but because it was bigger than the rest of the pieces, and because Dashnak Ruz was understandably tired, it wasn't able to hurl it as far, and that piece is known as the moon.
Okay.
The Martabi believe that Mare is still alive, maybe a little comatose, but she is alive.
Okay.
She is regaining her strength and influencing the tides and currents to benefit her children.
Gotcha.
But getting ready for like the final WWE SmackDown.
Yeah. Gonna put a cage match out in the middle of the ocean, and 2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
After the fight, Dashnak Ruz sank to the bottom of the ocean, exhausted. And his servants are seen as like demons, which are aboleths.
Okay.
Moreover, the Martabi believe that the event where like he sort of wakes up and like has that cage match with Mare is known as Nak Burzgash. Again, no direct translation, but it could be seen as great storm or big calamity, giant wave, huge trouble. Basically, it is the imagine Nakbor's Gosh is like Jormungandr.
Yeah, no,
it's Ragnarok.
Yeah, it's their great end times prophecy. Yeah, I got you.
And on that day, like a WWE like entry special, the moon will crack open like an egg, and Mare herself will descend to fight Dashnak Ruz for the final time. So it will be something that the other gods are like, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Yeah, exactly.
The Martabi believe that for every lie told, Dashnak Ruz gains another tentacle.
I like that. That's very cool.
So be honest.
Yeah.
Because if they if they see you tell a mistruth, it's essentially like you went over to a pastor's house and were like, dude, hail Satan.
Yeah, exactly.
They'd be like, what the hell?
Yeah, no, I like that because it's just like you're making him fucking stronger. What are you doing?
Exactly.
Why would you do that? Jesus Christ.
The new rogue in my campaign is named like he is from the Regency of Menatarin. Discovered like a potential new heir to the throne. And he was like, wow, and then essentially told his friend who was the son of the regent family. And the regent family was like, the son was like, oh dude, that's cool, because like he's still a kid and idyllic. And the regent family was like, oh, bitch, what? And started to sent assassins after the potential new heir, as well as assassins after the rogue's family, because they knew. Rogue's family died because of the rogue's misplaced honesty. And he now is very hesitant to tell the truth about anything.
Makes sense.
He ran from the Regency of Menatarin down through the Inlayan colonies and picked up a ship with the Martabi. And so now he's there as like, dude, never fucking tell the truth. It's no one's business. When everyone else is like, dude, tell the truth always.
Otherwise, bad things.
Moreover, his name is Mardas, which I don't know if I know I mentioned it earlier, but like Mardas just means driftwood. So his name is essentially driftwood.
I like that a lot.
And because he knows of the whole Dashnak Ruz story, but lies anyway, Dashnak Ruz has taken a bit of an interest in him.
Oh no.
Because he is, I believe it was a specter rogue, has like Whales of the Grave and stuff. And I have flavored almost everything he has, like with his permission, very nautically. Moreover, every time that he tells a lie, based on how strong the lie was, he may get bonuses to his sneak attack damage.
Nice.
So if you've told a lot, like based on upon like how recently you told it. So like if you've told a big, meaningful, intentional lie that like affects the world state, like for instance, when they were on a raft, that the party knew was crocodile infested waters.
Mm-hmm.
He saw like a big crocodile, and the guards were like, "What? Did you see something?" And he's like, "No." And I'm like, "Cool. Next time that you are in combat and you deal sneak attack damage, add 3 extra points of like onto your damage."
Nice.
But like that 3 extra points, like the next day might be 2, the day after be 1, the day after that nothing.
Right.
So like, be lying constant.
Yeah.
And make it meaningful.
Yeah.
And like, because the guards are like, "Oh, did you see something?" And he said no. The guards didn't up their like patrols or anything, which meant that when combat did break out, the rafts were fucked.
Yeah, that makes sense. Jeez.
When a big alligator that attacked the rafts finally died, because this was his first session with his character showing up, I wanted to inject a little bit of like, there is more to this character than would like meets the eye.
Right.
After the crocodile died, spectral, ghostly green tentacles started rising up from the like surface of the river.
Right.
Rose above the treetops, and then all slammed down on the body of the croc, dragged the croc beneath the surface. And when the like party looked over the surface of the water, like the river was like 15 feet deep, so bottom is like deep and dark, but like you can still see something the size of a 60-foot alligator. The body was gone.
Nice. Jeez.
And it's because Dashinak Ruse claimed the body for itself to eat and regain in strength.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Because his character gets essentially proficiency in 1 skill of his choice per day. He's like, for flavor purposes, I am always going to choose deception.
Nice. Yeah, of course.
And I'm like, hell yeah.
Nice.
The Martabi believe that storms are the result of Dashinak Ruse stirring in his slumber beneath the ocean.
That makes sense.
Sleepy
boy have a little bit of a turn, a little bit of
a turn, and things go whoosh.
Oh no. You've created a typhoon, you bastard.
Yeah, literally.
Cool.
But yeah, that is the Martabi.
Cool, man. I like that. Good stuff. A couple of things here that were happening in the
sorry.
Yeah.
Real quick. I mentioned that there's going to be probably like 3 evil gods in my world. Yeah. And one of them is just straight up the god of death. Yeah. That is probably going to be Dashinak Ruse. And Dashinak Ruse is going to just be an aspect of him.
Right.
Sort of a way of interpreting this being.
Okay.
Like he is just going to be straight up the god of death, and Dashinak Ruse is sort of like the consumption aspect, like something killing you and eating you.
Yeah.
But there's more to death itself than just that.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So he's going to be straight up just the pure god of death.
Okay.
And he is not officially recognized as a god, or clearly not widely worshipped.
No.
But like a couple like scary folk tales to maybe tell your kids to scare them. May exist.
Right. Old wives' tales.
Exactly. And same thing with the god of nothing, and the god of plague.
Nice.
There'll probably be some stories about like the spooky things happened with plague, but like there will probably be nothing. And do you also remember I had told you about a potential story with like a plague that happened 700 years ago or whatever, and like was destined to return at like, wow, current date.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'll adopt that into the God of Plague.
Fair enough. That makes sense. The rise of such a thing creates it. Yeah, that's cool, man. That's real cool. Timothy says, very well done, Aiden. You could make a TV show from this world.
Well, thank you.
Countries usually hate being landlocked. Of course, there's Bohemia. That's true. I know I've been playing.
Real quick, I have like I've developed a couple like notes for like actual sea shanties for the Martabi because I actually really like sea shanties.
That's fair. They're cool.
One of which is called Away Away, so like away the anchor and away like far away. And I haven't written them yet, but I do also want to make a sea shanty about a girl being mad because the Martabi, that's her betrothed, won't hunt down a Marigish for them to make a house. And a sea shanty about the boy with the biggest Marigish shell in the convoy, and all the girls are like flirting with him. And the song is just rife with double entendre.
That's a good,
and tenders entendre.
And tenders.
Yeah. It's double entendre, but like I don't know what the plural is.
It's entendres as far as I was aware, but
yeah, entendres. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole song is just line after line. Double entendre.
Nice. That's good. I like that. Yeah, Alex says, I know I've been playing too many 4X games when I look at that map and immediately start imagining what it could look like if some of the countries conquered some of the other countries.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sidebar for Aiden. What crops or goods are the countries known for making?
The independent republics of Perignus are known for a lot of wheat production. The Relnarian Empire is almost famed at its beer production. Western specifically is known for like wheat because it's in that area, and a decent amount of barley.
Okay.
The Kingdom of Serenal is known for its wood exports. Because elves are very picky and are like, we will sell off whatever we're not willing to use. And whatever is like what elves consider not good enough for them is still far and away better than
of course
most would elsewhere.
Yeah.
The Regency of Minotaurin is has got like a lot of good solid stone. Not really much else. A lot of like craftsmen come from there, but not really good exports. Their export is in skilled people, I guess. East Rain is also really known for its mead. Kingdom of Drethius is a lot of like minerals, as well as mercenaries. The Varjordian democracy like takes things from all over and redistributes them. So it has it survives off of essentially being the middleman.
Gotcha.
And Dinostrius is still unwritten.
Okay. Whichever god is over mosquitoes is definitely evil. That's true. Are there Martabi cults that can pop up for the Kraken guy?
There are, actually.
There you go. I was thinking. I mean, why not, right?
they're the ones that most believe in it. So they would be the strongest attuned to give the god strength.
Yes. Cool.
When I talk about the world in depth, I will, which I really did now, actually, to be honest.
A little bit.
Next time I will go over the Pantheon.
Okay.
Or we can go super late and I can do it this time. Choice is yours.
It's, oh god, it's 2:30 now. Okay. You know what? Let's leave them wanting more. How about that?
Okay.
That seems good. We can read comments and then all that and then be on our way, but that it just means that, hey, if you want to hear more about this stuff, hey, tune in for when we do more of this stuff. I'll make sure that it's obvious. So that means tune in all the time, actually, because you never know when it'll be. Anyway, comments. So let me bring this up really quick here. Okay, yeah. So, we have really enjoyed both worlds. Thank you. Yeah, I also enjoyed Aiden's world a lot.
Yeah, like I am fully intending on stealing a bunch of stuff from Alejo's world and folding it into my own and not giving any credit.
That is absolutely fair. So, as far as comments go, we got a couple here. First one from Timothy Martin on last week's episode about 4E, saying, "Hello, everyone. Well, that video was something. 5 hours of me talking random stuff, trying to make sense of it here. That should save typing time and Alejo's voice. Anyway, thank you. I talked about my character writing during Halo before, so see that, I guess. Plug. You should. We fucking powered through Halo 2, and fuck me, that game is broken. Like, the port is broken still to this day, which sucks. We had to literally not use vehicles for half the game. Sucked. Anyway, good game though. Had fun. In conclusion, say it with me, kids. 4E is not that bad. I like it. Well, I'll go now. I will now go to watch things, cool things, just like 4E. Have a nice day. Thank you. And then Lux has a comment and then a second comment on it to clarify. So here we go. In all honesty, my position is that I like 4E less than 3.5, but more than 5E, and maybe more than 1 or 2E, even. However, I dislike Wizards of the Coast as a company and would rather support Pathfinder, but I'll keep this comment focused on the system. Fair enough. As someone who began playing D&D in the 3.5 era, I found 4E to be a bit constraining as a player. Compared to 3.5, a character in 4E is prefabricated. In 3.5, I could spend hours shopping through the lists of feats and skills, looking for just the right combination to build a new character, sometimes going all the way back to the beginning, because I saw that allocating an ability score differently would have enabled a better option. And beyond skills and feats, there were spells and magic items I could take better advantage of with a different character build. In 4E, most of these choices are built into the class for you, and you're just given a few options for powers to choose from at each level. There are people who would say that 4E was an improvement in this regard, as it definitely reduces the time you can spend on character creation drastically. That opinion is legitimate, but I actually like spending forever fine-tuning my characters in 3.5. It made everything my characters could do feel like a product of my own intelligence instead of a toy that someone else made and handed to me. Of course, you have to be something of a tinkerer to appreciate that, If your take on 3.5 is that the options are overwhelming and you'd rather have character creation be simpler, then 4E is the better system for you. What I will say in 4E's favor, however, is that even though individual character creation doesn't represent the engineering challenge that I prefer, there's a lot of potential synergy that could be set up between characters. 4E will reward players who choose powers that support each other, encouraging a level of collaboration that I never saw among 3.5 players. Whether players will avail themselves of this opportunity depends on them, however. They have to actually notice the options are there, which requires them to look beyond their own character sheets. One other thing I liked about 4E was the at-will powers for casters. When you choose to play a wizard or sorcerer, it's probably because you wanted to snipe not because you wanted to snipe inaccurately with a crossbow all day, but that's what those characters get to do most of the time in 3.5 at low level. This is true. Your options were to burn through your spells and then bring out your crossbow, or use your crossbow until a situation arose that demanded casting a spell. Or you could run into melee with a goblin and die. But 4E allowed mages to actually use magic as their standard means of fighting from the outset. That said, Pathfinder 1E also solved that problem with the way it handled cantrips. Yeah. Also, the customizability in 3.5 made it possible to build some broken characters. The Locate City Bomb has been discussed. The 4E was definitely more tightly balanced, as all things should be. I will give it that, but I still prefer the customization. So all in all, my preference hinges entirely on the breadth of options the system gives me for building my character. In that regard, and therefore overall, I give 3.5 the gold medal and 4E the silver among D&D editions, but I still rank 3.5 below Pathfinder 1E, and regardless of everything I've said, I would sign up for Dark Sun 4E in an instant. A note I think I should add to this for clarity. 4E has feats and skills, and you can customize your character, but each class comes with more of its features already built in. When you choose a 4E class, you choose your role. In 3.5, roles exist, but your class doesn't immediately determine them. A 3.5 class decides the essential flavor of your character and what that character can potentially be able to do, but you build into your actual role through the choices you make beyond your class. To me, building a character in 3.5 is like building a castle in Minecraft, one block at a time. 4E is like a mod that lets you click a button to have the game take the required materials out of your inventory and assemble a pre-designed castle for you. That's not inherently bad, but I'd rather build it myself. So that's why it wasn't the path forward I wanted to take from 3.5, and why I've stuck with 3.5 and Pathfinder 1E to this day. It's not that 4E is bad, just less preferred. Well said.
Yeah.
Not sure what kind of comment I'll rate for this one. Maybe some of my world building, possibly. Oh, hell yeah, do it. Maybe the clarification wasn't necessary, but mine goblins attacked. Oh, dude, I understand that entirely. Do not worry.
Feel free to send in your own world building. I totally won't steal it.
True, he totally won't.
Mm.
That's a
Scout's honor. Have I mentioned I never was part of the Scouts?
That's what I figured, yeah. So cool. Well, thank you for the comments, and yeah, if you want to leave us comments about your world building, would love to read about them. Be super fun. Love listening to stuff about other worlds, because they're very interesting and totally things that you can take from, you know?
Never.
Right. Well, if you're not going to steal it, I don't know if I should send it in.
Shit.
Fuck.
Oh, my fucking bluff.
Anyway. Yeah, that's all that for today. Now that we're 5 hours in, I guess finally say something about shilling and shit. Hey, dice over on the website. Go over there. They're dice. I'm gonna be lowering the price after New Year's. So look out for that if you don't want to spend right now. That's totally fine. I don't give a shit.
So if you want them, which I know you do,
that's right.
Just gotta hold out a little bit more.
Yeah. And then
or buy now and give us the maximum amount of your money that you feel comfortable doing. That would be cool too.
That's also an option, but you don't have to.
We take all the money and we invest it back in you, the people.
The people. That's right. And of course, thank you to all of our patrons who's made this possible to even get those dice going, as well as all of you out there who have donated, of course, but these are the ones who continue to, monthly, fucking give us money, like crazy people. So, obviously, thank you to Draco Kraken at tier 4, thank you. Mog Zero at tier 4, thank you as well. Rick, aka Unit Rico at tier 4, thank you. Slazer at tier 4, thank you. Steely at tier 4, thank you so much. Drake Cross at tier 3, thank you. Chris at tier 2, thank you. Frigid Fiend Lux at tier 2, thank you. Frozen Spaghetti at tier 2, thank you as well. And of course, thank you to our tier 1 contributor. If you want to, you can go over there to the Patreon and give us as little as $1 a month. That's totally fine. Or give us nothing at all. And in fact, you could do what you're doing right now and just keep watching for free and subscribing and all of that stuff. Whatever the fuck the free options are. You know what they are. I don't have to tell you. I'm not your dad. Don't look to me for guidance. And then, if you'd like, I can personally vouch for merchandise from TeePublic that has our logo on it. Considering I have the sweatshirt, the poster, and the mug. Go get them if you want to. We get a little bit of it, and a percentage of it will go towards the artist who created our logo. So do go over there and get something if you wish. And if not, that's okay. And last but not least, of course, you can go over in the description, go click on that Humble Bundle link, because we are partnered with Humble Bundle, and any of the bundles or anything you buy in the store using that link beforehand will also support us and Tabletop Alliance, also in the description.
I will always be a huge proponent off of buying local, and because this is off the internet, it's always local.
That's true. So go support your local Humble Bundle, and
go support your local artist. They struggle to feed themselves.
That's true.
They need you to buy those shirts if they're to eat this month.
Yeah. So, right now, I would highly recommend, if you have any interest in the Warhammer Wrath and Glory rule set, that is a bundle on Humble Bundle. Go do it. It's really cool. Also, the Best of Boomer Shooters, pretty cool. And the Tacticians bundle, I would recommend as well. I haven't been able to buy them because I still don't have my fucking card. But as soon as I do, you can bet your bottom dollar that I'm going to get each of those because I want them all. Actually, I think I have literally all the games in the Boomer Shooter one. Yes, I do. Okay, never mind. I won't get that one because I already have it. But I will get this Essentials to Content Creator bundle because it has a Vegas Pro 18 license in it. And I want that because I have 17. And I want to upgrade without spending like $400, right? So, other than that, that's it. We did it. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you didn't get too disappointed in the fact that we completely went off topic from what we were going for originally.
Another great Nerdarchy video, everyone.
At some point, we'll cover it. But this is not that point, unfortunately, because it really just got us completely off guard or off the beaten path there.
Honestly, I've been surprised it took this long for us because I was like, oh wow, what like a great video that like, you know, we talk about people's homebrew, we should talk about our own, and then like we just like never did it.
Yeah, it's true. I've thought about it. I've been meaning to like actually just do that, but my brain never like gets it to that point, you know. Great show, guys. Thank you. Yeah. So If you want to hear more homebrew stuff, hell, if you want to send in your homebrew stuff, we can talk about it. Even like we can do shit like that. Like, you know, your world building stuff. If you want to
submit your homebrew for the council to judge.
Exactly, right? You can absolutely send us whatever you want in the comments, or put it in our fucking Discord, and we'll get to it. And you guys go, hey, look at my thing, and we'll go like, oh, that's neat. Hey, at the very end, we get fucking sex bots. That's awesome.
Sick.
That's so
That's
cool.
how you know you've made it.
That's right. Very cool. Wow. Anyway, it was a great and entirely pleasant time, and the blood god is deeply disappointed. That's fine. The blood will flow. Don't worry. It will always flow. It just, you know, it might take a little time sometimes. But yeah. Thanks again for
you're giving the blood performance anxiety. It'll flow in its own time.
That's right. So thank you again to everybody for hanging out with us, and so disappointed the blood god that Slanesh appeared. Oh, nice. But yeah, we'll see you next week for whatever we're doing before New Year's comes around, and then once New Year's comes around and is past, we'll figure out what we're doing at that point, and we'll be at the end of January. We'll be in officially our 4th year.
Wow.
I want to say, yeah, starting our 4th year, which is fucking crazy because we started in 2019, the beginning month of 2019, the end of that beginning month. So, yeah. Crazy shit.
Are you telling me we put up with these shitters for 4 years?
Yeah. They've put up with us, to be fair.
Yeah.
Come on.
You know, yeah.
let's be honest.
Look, I was hoping to project a little, okay?
It's fair enough. Anyway, good night, everybody. Have a happy Christmas, holiday, whatever. We will see you next week.
Bye now.
Goodbye.
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 Dude, get out of here. Unless if you're giving us money on Patreon, you can stay. But like, please leave.